I'd say so.
So hello and welcome to everybody. Sorry if we're running a bit late. Oh, by the way, one of my computers just turned off. Big shock.
Okay.
Luckily, it's
Oh.
not this one. This is my Linux system. I did buy another one a while ago. The one that I'm actually using a lot is the one that I've had for, believe it or not, I've been using it since 2015. So at some point, it's got to fall over. The problem is I got a lot of stuff on that hard drive because it's a terabyte hard drive. At that time, it was a pretty good machine. So anyway, welcome to all of you. Big love, big blessings, honor, and respect. We are going to be having a wonderful discussion here about the cosmogony of Gnosticism, the creation stories as they relate. And we're going to look at it from the lens and backdrop of other traditions. We're going to also bend it into the New Age philosophy and cosmogony that we see that's so popular or has been since, what is it, the 70s? I think that was sort of the ushering of the proverbial New Age.
I think it has an earlier history than that. I think if you really want to think about where the New Age actually started, I think it's with Theosophy. That's the first New Age-ish kind of religion that I think came out or had the similar qualities that later came the New Age in the 70s that you're talking about.
You are totally right. I just mean that in the 70s it became what's the word?
Oh yeah, for sure. It became mainstream and popular.
Yeah, like that, the way we've packaged it and seen it, crystals and flowers in your hair and free love, free sex, sovereignty and all these concepts. Namaste to all of you guys. Hope you guys are well and thriving, and hope you're having an absolutely excellent day. We've got Eric, Ross, Lauren, we've got Visa. You guys have all popped into the chat, and we've got some others. Those of you that are silently watching, much love to you all. We're going to be really trying to get under the proverbial hood of Gnosticism today and see what we can dig up. We've got a great crew to start off with. We've got some other members going to join us as time goes on. So starting with the members on the table as they've arrived, it is the Cosmic Prankster. Cosmic Prankster is a really interesting guy. He's been channeling his own system with the Fae now for years. And I'll say it's quite a developed system. It's got a language. The language is based on a form of cosmogony, you could say. There's a cosmology behind it. It's a really fairly in-depth system. It's fascinating. Cosmic's been working hard on this for years, and at some point,
growing, man.
Unveil it to the world properly, really put it out there. So he's a treasure on our round table, of course. We've also got the Indie Sage brother. He's our walking encyclopedia in a sense, and he's got his fingers into all of the pies, so to speak. Coming from a perspective of occult philosophies from various different traditions, and also having a rooted grounding in archaeology and anthropology, he really brings back things to the ground root level. And so I'm the Bush Whisperer. I've got a lot of experience in various different fields of occult philosophy and therapeutics and practice. And so here we go, and we've got some new arrivals saying hello in the group chat. We've got Neil Warren, we've got Systematic Zoo. I hope you guys are good. Hope you guys are having an absolutely fabulous day. My other computer just fell on its head. So without any further ado, I'd love to give you guys an opportunity to say hello, tell us a little bit about yourself for those that don't know you. Om Shanti.
So yeah, Gnosticism is kind of an interesting topic for me because before I started doing all this Fae channeling stuff, I pretty much was a self-described sort of Gnostic. That was where my orientation sort of leaned. But I think with when I started kind of working with nature spirits and Mother Earth and stuff, I kind of realized I like nature too much to really call myself a Gnostic. Though I think there's some overlaps with what I'm working on, and there's definitely some big differences, some very fundamental differences with what I've been doing. So this will be interesting to kind of talk. This will be interesting to talk about in general.
Absolutely. Thank you, Cosmic. Hey, I'm Indie Sage. Glad to be here for the show today. This is going to be a lovely exploration. And I wanted to mention that I feel like the New Age had a foundation that had been building for some centuries, starting with the Renaissance period, of course, with the innovations that came with that, and then with John Dee and Edward Kelly in the 16th century, building somewhat of a publicized platform for paranormal explorations. And then in the 60s, we see a resurgence of that innovative and creative interpretations of our past and of our path towards the future. So I think I've been inspired by a lot of the stuff from the 60s, and it's really been a source of foundation that's a bit different from the academia mainstream foundation that's been a little bit corrupted. I feel like there's more intuitive information being brought forth from the 60s that rings true to people that are involved in Gnosticism and meditation, developing a higher consciousness, and can see through the BS of today's public mainstream charades. So I think one of the things that's really captured me was as I became a Gnostic in the year 2000 without knowing or being familiar with the term, because I was actually granted a out of body experience in which I was able to commune with God and see through the eyes of the divine. And since that time, I've never been able to put everything into words. It's been so amazing to be able to see beyond the two eyes of the human experience and to see through the eyes of the divine. It's incomprehensible to our mind and world. It's being able to see multiple timelines coinciding throughout all of existence and see things on such an expansive level. So since I've had that experience in the year 2000, I've worked to try to understand that, try to see what it means, see if other people have had those experiences. And for a long time, I thought I was the only person that had some of these visions. But after my research, I found that somebody else had been able to see some of this stuff, the lost origins of mankind, coming from the sea over a few million years. This theory was actually developed in the 60s by Dr. Alistair Hardy, who was a doctor of marine biology. And his wife carried the torch after he passed on. She carried the torch in the aquatic ape theory, as it's known today. It was also established by Desmond Morris earlier than that as the naked ape theory. So a lot of this stuff comes from the visions that were shown to me by the divine. And so that's always been a fascinating aspect of my life. And I'd love to dig deeper into more stuff that's resonating with the New Age now from the 60s. I've seen there's a lot about Atlantis and Lemuria that came forth in the 60s that's actually helped me get some more information about the lost breakaway civilization, the antediluvian civilizations. So there's a lot of really good information there. The New Age movement to me seemed a bit suspect from the beginning when they were taking goddesses of ancient mysticism and turning them into a man. Like it started off with Lord Xenu with the Galactic Council. And then as it shifted into Lord Ashtar with the Galactic it wasn't count well, the names have shifted, but the Galactic Federation with Lord Xeno shifted to the Galactic Council with Lord Ashtar, which to me, Lord Ashtar is a confusion of Asherat and Ishtar, the two of the most prominent goddesses of ancient Babylon, were then integrated to create a man god. To me, that's an obfuscation. And I see a lot of obfuscations where they're showing us a glimpse of what's hidden, but then slanting it in a direction where we're misinterpreting it and seeing it in a way that they want us to see things. I've always been interested about what I call the sky people, those who fly around in what are known today as UAPs. And so I feel like that has a lot to do with everything. And I'm going to kind of share my own interpretation of them in the show at some point. which is a touch different than the mainstream interpretation.
Yeah, brother, on point. And thanks for kicking the ball out into play. I suppose we'll be starting with the New Age. Let's get the New Age under the gun then, shall we? And you're totally right. You know, it really, the seeds were planted centuries ago, and, you know, the shoots came out and the shoots were sort of cultivating until the fruit was only produced this century, you know, maybe in the last 50 years, essentially. Really, the fruit has been produced in the last 4 decades, I would say. 3 or 4 decades, the fruit has really been produced in a big way. But I'd say about 5-6 decades ago, it started to bloom in the 60s. That's when there was a big movement. But it wasn't everybody. It was a certain faction of people. Today, the New Age thing has become such a popular concept that many people have left religion. And I think a big reason for leaving the religion is the New Age, the way it's been presented, which in itself isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, I've got mixed feelings about religion. I think it serves a purpose. It's got its place. It keeps people sort of from going too far into the uncharted territories of antics, misbehavior. But at the same time, it keeps one locked in a cage of thought as well, which limits one. So sort of like when people come to me and they say, like, you know, I want to stop eating meat. I say to them, well, okay, don't do it in a rush. They go like, what do you mean? I want to be a vegetarian. I say, yeah, well, get yourself a 2-year plan and slowly move out of it, because any shock to the system can cause all sorts of shock waves, and people tend to jump off a raft and then they're like, can you swim? Oh, I have to swim. What do you mean I have to learn to swim? So, you know, there is that thing when you've been on a raft for a long time, you may forget how to swim because you've been on the raft for so long, you haven't needed to swim. Suddenly you're left in the currents and you've got to learn to swim. So this is one of these sort of shortfalls, I think, of the New Age, and the way that it has affected many people's sort of ability to direct and steer their spiritual paths. And like you say, the whole Ishtar command, I mean, I find it hard to have a very serious conversation about this. I'm going to be honest with you. Some of the ideas propagated are so out there. Some of the ideas are fairly reasonable, fairly rational, I'll be honest. But some of the ideas are just so far out there that it's like they've borrowed from Scientology. They've borrowed from fantasy writers. They've borrowed from everywhere to just sort of like cooking a pot of food. And I mean, I can do a kitchen sink. I do a kitchen sink at home every once in a while. It's called the kitchen sink. So when I just put everything, you know, the kitchen sink is a saying, it's just whatever you've got, you throw in the pot. But I've been cooking for many years, and I've been trained, and I know how to handle food. So when I do kitchen sink, I do it with a certain sense of finesse and carefulness that people go like, wow, this is really good. I think there's the danger of the kitchen sink where you just throw stuff in the pot and you don't know what you're doing, and what comes out is just unpalatable and disgusting. And you're like what were you doing? You can't just clean out your fridge like that into a pot and hope for the best. You actually got to have a strategy behind what you're doing. And so to look at the New Age, I would focus on looking at the more modern aspect of like what we're dealing with, and by modern I mean like in our lifetimes. I think that's quite modern.
Yeah,
I'd say so.
In the 60s, jogging became popular, and then in the 70s, vegetarianism became popular. But we wouldn't. I didn't expect that jogging wasn't around for much longer than that. I was surprised to hear that jogging, which I think came from Scandinavia. They called it jogging at first or something, became popular in the 60s. So a lot of the new health trends have come from the 60s. People started to question the old factory farming and traditional diets that we had, and started to come up with these new innovative diets. Now look how many there are. There's the paleo and the Atkins all mixed together, different things. So it's become quite trendy.
So I kind of wanted to comment on your whole the whole kitchen sink thing, because I think if we kind of look at historical trends, it actually kind of makes perfect sense. Because you think about religions in antiquity, a lot of these religions didn't have a whole lot of contact with like the outside world. They may have had some of stuff neighboring countries, or they might have heard stuff, but it's not like today where we're aware of every religion that exists now. And really in Western societies, there's kind of two main conclusions you can draw from that. You can take the atheist perspective and say, oh, well, there's all these different religions and they're all different and they all contradict each other. So that's proof that there is no God. Or you take the New Age approach and say, oh, wait a minute, look at all these religions. Maybe God is this bigger thing. And each one of these religions is like a piece in the jigsaw puzzle that relates to this larger whole. So when you're thinking about the kitchen sink, I think a lot of that is due with the fact that, you know, people can't like just be like a Kemeticist or just be into Greek mysticism. It's like, it's hard to be into one mythology when you're aware of the existence of all the other mythologies. So there's a tendency of trying to find where all the mythologies interconnect with each other. And I think sometimes the problem with New Age is that they either do a sloppy job with that, or they do it in a way that contradicts the initial belief systems that they're kind of mixing together. So I think the issue with New Age is having that awareness of all these different metaphysical points of view and finding a way to synthesize it without diluting the original contents that sort of mix it together. Because I think with New Age, there's a kind of a dilution process where you kind of, you know, take away sort of the original essence and you kind of package it in a way that's palatable, easy, doesn't require a lot of emotional or intellectual effort. And it's kind of, it's fast food spirituality, essentially. You know, it's this like, I don't really want to spend, you know, 10 years in an ashram learning meditation, nor do I want to do some really, you know, frightening psychedelic trip. I just want to have all the secrets right now. And a lot of times what happens is you get easy answers. So I think this is kind of why in my approach, I'm, instead of saying, you know, let's try to find a world that the dots connect, I'm saying, what are the dots that exist outside the sphere? What have we not discovered? What is hidden on the sort of the outer edges of the astral? Like that's kind of like where I met the Fae and what I'm interested in. So I think that what's happening, and you see this with chaos magic, kind of does a similar approach, but they kind of turn it into a more of a scientific methodology where it's kind of like they have a certain sense of like, you know, there's the desire, there's the result, and how you basically bring those two things together. And kind of like, and it really uses the mythology as sort of like a sort of an aesthetic sort of like atmospheric kind of energy sort of capsule that kind of moves the thing together. Whereas New Age is all about each one of these religions is a different vector intersecting into some greater, deeper truth. So I think if we want to, like with the kitchen sink thing, I think we have to find a way. We have to kind of find it. I think that's why the New Age, it's almost like the New Age is inevitable in that sense, because it's like we have to find a new way to understand the spiritual dimension and the cosmos with the knowledge that, you know, both the Greek gods and the Egyptian gods and, you know, the gods of ancient China, they all exist in some kind of faction, or at least all their mythologies exist. So that's kind of the challenge that we're dealing with at the 20th and 21st century.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be unpacked here, and I agree with you. You know, there's definitely a lot of nonsense that's been disseminated in the New Age world, and so we do need to have our personal rudder. But at the same time, you know, I'm all for going to be in an ashram. If you can make it happen, make it happen. Nothing wrong with going to sit and meditate for many years. It's it's sort of like martial arts, you know. If you want to get good at something, you got to train hard. You got to put the time in. If you really want to learn, like to master yourself, techniques of learning to focus, willpower, and concentration. These things take time and energy, and some people are born with a natural ability. And so, like yourself, Cosmic, you may have been born with a fairly natural ability to be able to attune to subtle things. And namaste, Pope on Dope. We've got Jennifer. Namaste to you guys. Sending you big love. Hope you guys are having a great day. Welcome to the show. But yeah, so like not everybody necessarily has the capacity to be able to just connect with subtle things. Like yourself, Cosmic, you were born with a slightly differently wired brain, so you've got a synesthetic thing happening automatically, naturally. So you automatically will look at reality from a different perspective. But a lot of people it's more difficult for people. So the hard work is very often required, and the sacrifice, I think, is something that's quite powerful. And so sacrifice, I think, is what has been left out of the New Age toolkit. Such an important part of the spiritual tradition of developing and gaining power. And, you know, in all the ancient systems, sacrifice was always a big thing. Like, what are you willing to give? Sending big love and a welcome to our dear brother Stein Fuchs. He's a pagan. He's now an ordained minister of a pagan tradition, and they're registered, and they're getting themselves up and powered. So welcome to you, dear brother. It's an honor to have you. He's a wonderful thinker and very eclectic. Obviously, he's a Norse traditionalist. He's from the Netherlands. So he is culturally aligned with his ancestral lineage, which is beautiful. Always good to be aligned with our cultural heritage. And he's just such a beautiful bloke. He's also got a show. His show is the Stein Fuchs show. You should go and take a look at it. The Greyhorn Pagans. He interviews a lot of interesting people.
Yes.
And you can take a look and find it in my suggested YouTube channels. You'll see a list of them there. They're in there. Big love, big welcome to you, dear brother. And do please say a few words. Welcome.
Yeah, no, I mean, of course, thanks for having me again. It's always a pleasure being here.
Is it just me, or are you really soft?
Let's see. I might be. I'm using a.
Is there a button?
Well, let's just fucking deselect everything and see what that does.
If you go on the bottom and click settings, like right on the StreamYard tab, and then go into audio, it'll give you a chance to manually control.
I put the mic volume up entirely now, so yeah, all good. Okay, yeah, that's what you get for buying fancy equipment for your podcast. I mean, well, fancy equipment. Stein Fuchs, host of the Greyhorn Pagans podcast, Jarl of the Tribe of the Greyhorn Pagans, international ambassador for the Grove of Odin, husband to Firefey, who I believe will be joining later. She is at PT at the moment. Germanic pagan. So I heard you speaking of sacrifice. If anyone knows about sacrifice, it's the European pagans, especially our let's say one of our strongest gods, Odin, Wotan, the example of self-sacrifice to gain greater knowledge. So yeah, everything that we do on the podcast, everything that we do in the tribe, everything that we do with the now Grove of Odin. Sorry, it's becoming so many things, it's hard to keep track. But you can find everything on our website. That would be the easiest place. That is www.greyhornpagans.com. My voice is it's a little raspy. I'm in the let's say final 2 days of getting over a stupid bug. Luckily I have a full bag of licorice, so that helps. So yeah, licorice, there it goes.
Licorice drops your sex drive though, so don't overdo it.
No, that's not an issue for me. Trust me, that's not an issue for me. 32, quite virile.
Your fiance's on another continent. I get it. It's all good.
that too. Dude, like I'm Dutch. We eat this by the bag, if we can. So sorry by saying that you probably lost like 70% of your US audience, because they absolutely hate licorice for some reason.
Well, thank you, brother. Lovely to have you. It's an honor to have all three of you guys here. And welcome to Joey. Namaste. Big love to you all. And Mikey can hear Stein good. Thank you, Mikey, for that. Sending you all love. Yeah, the whole idea of sacrifice. And it's really important. I mean, the old times, like sacrifice was basically you sacrifice something dear to yourself, whatever that was. And generally people, what they held dear was their livestock, because it was the most valuable part of their lives that they had. And food, that's what they held dear to themselves. The corn in the fields, the wheat, and they would grow special things. Chickens were actually brought to Europe by the Indo-Europeans for the purpose of sacrifice. They were never supposed to be eaten. They were considered divine, holy animals. That's food for thought. So people would keep the chickens. I believe they would eat the eggs, possibly, ceremonially, as like a ritual. But the chickens were kept for sacrificing on sacred days, and that would then be a something that would be eaten because it was made holy, So that's an interesting point. So people used to obviously sacrifice their animals because it's how it's what they held dear. But sacrifice, I think, also involves sweat. Like we spoke about jogging. You want to get fit, you got to sweat a little bit. You want to get good at something, you got to train. You want to get good at martial arts, you want to get good at running, you want to get fit. Whatever you want, be prepared to sweat. If you're not prepared to sweat, then you're a lightweight. And being a lightweight doesn't get one anywhere in life. And by a lightweight, I mean one's got to have a certain amount of grit. It builds character.
Yeah.
And so the whole idea of sacrifice is an opportunity to build character, an opportunity to say, you know what, I'm going to do 1,000 press-ups. Why? I'm going to sacrifice 1,000 press-ups to get strong. I'm going to do them over the next 10 days. And there you go, like 100 press-ups a day. Let's go. That's like a small thing that you could do in a 10-day program. And every 10 days, create a new program. Say, well, I did 1,000 last time. I'm going to do 1,100 next time. And keep amping it up until you're the Superman you want it to be. But also, I think sacrifice. If we look at the word red, sacred. So the red sack. And so there's an interesting concept. Obviously, the sack red represents, on a masculine level, we know what the sack represents. And it was a tradition for men to get blood from a particular place called real sacrifice. Old traditions. You see it in the South Americas, in Mexico, in some of the ancient writings. I believe it was Quetzalcoatl, but maybe he was under one of the other names. Or who was it? I forget. But one of the deities had to actually sacrifice some blood from his genitals in order to create humanity. This is one of the stories. And so it has been a thing. And so, many crazy mutilations have been done to people on that part of their bodies. And to this day, it's been used as a control mechanism for people, to stop them from awakening. And it's done to newborn babies that don't know what's going on. It's one thing to be an adult and to say, you know what, I don't need this piece of skin because I can do it. I can take it. It's another thing to do it to a newborn baby that has no idea of what's going on. It's just like traumatized. So there's the point of sacrifice. I think it involves like really giving something up. Like I sacrificed coffee. I realized coffee wasn't doing me any good. I love coffee. Now I don't love coffee anymore. I just put it on the side. I had to sacrifice Mary Jane because I was enjoying Mary Jane more than I should be. I have a real appetite for Mary Jane. When I get into the Mary Jane flowers, I get right into the flowers, like head first, feet first, backward flip into the Mary Jane. And, there's only so many pounds you should have in a year. So, the moment you find yourself having too many pounds in a year, it's not working for you. Namaste. Welcome, dear Firefay. It's lovely and an honor to have you here with us. Have some of the ladies present. Sending you big love, blessings, peace, honor, respect. Firefay works with the Fae as well. She's also working with helping people to leave the world in a dignified and joyful, spiritually inclined manner. How's that for a description? Big love and welcome.
So, kind of like that. Right now, with being a coach, I actually can help you plan your death. And then with being a doula, I have a little bit more freedom in being there for you when you cross. And with me being a medium, I can help you on the other side.
Well,
Honey, are your
thank you, dear.
earbuds connected? Because there seems to be a bit of a issue with the audio.
Is this better? Cause
Yeah, I was going to say there's an echo. Maybe it's like the room you're in. Sometimes you're near a window. That can do it, you know.
I am definitely not near a window. Is this better?
No, it's actually getting worse.
Oh my
Sometimes it's the internet gremlins. But yeah, so I think like looking at the New Age is basically very often looking for, and Jennifer, how you doing? Sending you big love. Yeah. Salt licorice is big in Europe. I see that.
Yes, it is.
But yeah, I would say that there's definitely this lack of realism when looking at much of the New Age tradition. It's all airy fairy. It's up in the air. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna pull up this website. So I saw this website a while ago, and I'm actually gonna pull it up because I'm feeling cheeky. And I'm just gonna give you an idea. I mean, not everything on the website's bad. Don't get me wrong, but it's just an example of something that I noticed. I was actually going to be on a show with this guy, and then I read his website. I was like, no, I'm sorry, I can't be on a show with this guy. So, these are affirmations. Now, affirmations are very powerful techniques. Let's not forget how powerful an affirmation can be. An affirmation is a form of auto-hypnotic suggestion where one basically becomes completely empowered by the words that are recycled through one's consciousness and recited to basically program you. The same way like when a parent tells a child, you're naughty, you program the child to become naughty. Same way if you tell a child, I'm so proud of you, the child gets programmed to have self-esteem. Like my dad kept being so proud of me and telling me how proud he was of me, and so obviously it boosts your self-esteem. So the words that you hear are so powerful. The words that you tell yourself are even doubly more powerful, because the things that you tell yourself consciously when you're awake are what you're going to repeat as a narrative in your subconscious. It's going to run through your head when you're awake, when you're asleep, and you will be telling yourself what you tell yourself, whether you're aware of it or not. So to start a positive trend of affirmation it's like really a very powerful technique for altering consciousness. And so I looked at this site and I saw okay, in the beginning it looks all sweet and everything, it looks fine. And then I came to this place with the affirmations and was like, I am a sovereign spirit, free and in total control. And affirmations in my feeling is that they've got to be really carefully considered. Before I do an affirmation, I will basically work with the words for a long time. I'll look at the numbers of the words. I'll see what the numbers represent. I'll consider the geometry of the words. I'll consider each word. I'll meditate on each word for a long time to gain the insight of what that word means, and then look at the phrases within the affirmation in order to get a real sense of what's being expressed. And here, for example, we'll see this is what gets my guts about the New Age. You have these self-proclaimed gurus out there, and they're just saying to people, you can tell yourself anything, I am permanently protected. The moment you start mixing up your words like this, I am permanently protected, that creates a confused notion in one's head. The fact that you are permanently protected, the way these words are constructed, not really healthy. I am a sovereign spirit, free and in total control. What are you in total control of? Everybody around you. Is that a doorway to becoming a narcissist? Think of the impact on the subconscious. It would be better to say, I am self-contained along this path of liberty, exercising self-control. Now, that would be a different way of using words, just as an example. And that would be very much contained within yourself. And invisible and indetectable. I am invisible, indetectable, and free from interference. So basically, no one's ever going to notice you, and you're going to be sitting in a room, and you're going to be sort of like You know, do you want to be overlooked in life? Do you want people to like be having a conversation and not know you're there? And then when you want to be noticed, now you can't be noticed because you've been programming your mind. I think we've got to really think of the impacts on the subconscious of these words. And there were a few others here. I am free forever, full of joy, peace, and serenity. That's not so bad. I have focused intention and fierce willpower. Now, like, to think of willpower as a commodity that someone can own or have defeats the purpose, you know? It would be wiser to say the will moves through me unrestricted, and I am conscious of how to direct this energy. That would be a very different way of constructing a word spell to program yourself with, because the words need to be self-contained. And the reason I bring this up is just as an example. And I didn't want to focus too much on that guy's website because it's a shame, but it is what it is, you know.
What I'm reading in that is basically him proclaiming himself to be a deity of some sort, you know, because he is above everything else. He is, you know, protected, and he's free, and he's sovereign, and, you know, he is God in his own right.
That's kind of super common in New Age that I've noticed.
It is, yeah. It's all about the power and the lights and a lot of ego, because basically what he's also saying is, I am better than everyone else because of my beliefs, because I am, you know, this list.
It's no surprise that a lot of these beliefs are really popular in Hollywood circles too. People want to be like movie stars, or people want to get really big in business. They say these kind of affirmations to build themselves up.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And this inflated ego is impressive to other people.
That's why Hollywood.
And so we can impress ourselves upon those around us very easily.
Yeah.
So, I'm also thinking when we're
with affirmations.
Go on.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, I was also thinking that, you know, because we're talking about the whole ego, it's kind of ironic too, because in the New Age community, there's also this, we must get rid of the false ego. We must get rid of the false self. But I think that one of the dangers of like the whole ego death sort of thing is like, I think it's easy to sort of think you've lost your ego. And it's like, because once you think you've lost your ego, it's like you leave your narcissism totally unchecked and unfettered because you think you've transcended your sense of self, when it really, you just basically deified yourself. I think that's kind of like why I sometimes push back against like some of the ego kind of stuff and the, you know, no self kind of stuff that some people tout out, because there's a very thin and fine line between realizing you are one with God and realizing that you individually yourself are God. Because I even, you know, when I've experimented with psychedelic plants when I was a lot younger, in my early 20s, like I came to that realization. I was horrified by that. I had the sense of like, what if I am the only conscious being in existence? And it totally horrified me, honestly. It's a disturbing, frightening idea that you're just totally alone. But I think if you're someone who's like really narcissistic, they're like, ooh, I'm God. I can do whatever the hell I want. I have no rules or limitations. I think that a lot of this New Age stuff feeds into that in a way where it's not obvious. Because I think with something like Satanism, it's a lot more overt, where you say, I am a deity, I am this powerful being. But with New Age, it's kind of more subtle and hidden behind but I'm so egoless and I'm so devoid of attachments, when the contradiction is that you're totally egotistical and tons of attachments. So in a lot of ways, there's a lot of hypocrisy as well.
It's funny because it really sounds, if you explain it like that the New Age belief is like the light side of Satanism. That if Satanism is like the dark God, you know, or the dark I am God, I can do everything and whatever, then New Age is very much the light, let's put that in quotations, light side of it. It's the same beliefs, it's the same structure, really. but like more shrouded or overlaid with a cloak of light, false light. I mean, you could say the same of Satanism, that's also a
Yeah, it's
false
like a kind of
light.
directed version.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the whole ego death, it's not like it's just the ego, period. Not even the false ego or the false self. It's just ego. The ego must die, because if the ego dies, then I will transcend and reach enlightenment and whatever, not understanding that the ego is yourself, is a huge part of yourself. I mean, it's a lot better to like, let's say, implement the teachings of Carl Jung, and integrate the shadow, accept the ego for what it is, and make it a true part of yourself. Keep the balance within yourself, but accept that there is a duality. Do your shadow work.
I absolutely agree with what you guys are saying. I think it's really on point. And I think, this is a big thing about and I think that these ideas have come from Christianity, and they have come from Gnosticism. So we've towards a full loop running here. These ideas seem to have been, and I don't think that they are Gnostic themselves. I think they are sort of a twisted version of Gnostic ideas that are practiced in a particular way. And the New Age is really what it's about. You see the same thing in Christianity, where this is the way, that's the way, you are evil, you're going to end up in hell, you're not worshipping the way I worship, you don't come into my church and bow in front of my idols, you're going to go and bow in front of pagan idols. How dare you go and bow in front of pagan idols? Can't you see my idol is better than your idol? Yours is idolatry. Mine isn't idolatry. My idol is sacred.
Yeah. And very much focused on, enlightenment and reaching a higher state of being, and ignoring the world around you, ignoring what is there, so that you may reach enlightenment, so that after death you may be accepted into the kingdom of heaven. So it's all that's another thing. That's a very good
Namaste
very good
to all
comparison.
people that have. Sorry, dear brother, I thought you're done. Please carry on.
No. But it's all up here. It's all the mind. It's all enlightenment. All higher, and I need to go higher, and I need to be better, and I need to be lighter, and it's busy yourselves with everything that is up there, and because down here only keeps you down here. So ignore, deny, resent,
Yeah, that's Gnosticism in a nutshell right there.
and Christianity too.
Well, I mean, if you think about like a lot of I've been thinking lately that a lot of the kind of the world hating, it's like, oh, these people are earthly ways. I think a lot of that is actually from Gnosticism importing into later Christian beliefs. I think there's definitely, a lot of people like in the occult community think like, oh man, Christianity, oh, it's so, corrupt and terrible, but Gnosticism is better. And I'm thinking like, well, wait a minute, is it really better? Because if you think about with the creation story, it's basically, also saying that because with Adam and Eve, it's like, oh, the world is in ruin and fall because of a woman. But Gnosticism basically says the same thing with Sophia creating the demiurge. It's still a kind of a denigration of the feminine. And the other aspect, it's, if you think about, like nature and the sort of the mother Gaia aspect, Gnosticism is a lot of ways, it's a kind of it either rejects it, or it kind of takes that divine feminine and sort of projects it sort of out into that higher mental, intellectual sort of space that you were referring to earlier, Stein Fox. So, yeah, and I think too, if Gnosticism also has a lot of, it also has a lot of interbreeding with the New Age movement as well. because I can't help but thinking of a perfect intersection of this is the Heaven's Gate cult, where they basically all sort of committed unalived themselves in the late 90s. But basically their belief was they had two guys. They had, I think it was like Marshall Applewhite, and I don't remember the name of the other lady, but they both believed that they were essentially these extraterrestrial beings. And they believed that, this physical body, it's lower, it's, less enlightened. You got to like avoid all physical pleasures, any sense of individuality, shave all of your hair, cut off your genitals, because that the astral spiritual plane, that's where that, and this physical plane, it's, ugly and low. And I can't help but thinking that there's both New Age and Gnostic elements within this particular cult's ideology, because it both has that kind of, world hating, we have to escape, the physical world is evil, and that Gnosticism has, but it also has that kind of the mixed religion and the alien kind of worship of New Age. But what I've been thinking lately, that I think the best way to transcend the material realm is you got to think of it like a Chinese finger trap. And for some reason, with watching cartoons in the 90s, they always had like a Chinese finger trap episode. But the idea was that if you pull the classic idea of the Chinese finger trap is if you pull it apart, it only gets tighter. But if you bring the fingers together, then there's loose enough and you can actually break away from it. And that's kind of like the way I approach it, that if you want to really transcend physical reality and go beyond it, you have to paradoxically embrace it. Because I think, because the way, my Fae guides sort of tell me is that if you want to go beyond this world, you need a real world to reflect into the outer worlds, because you just see this world as sort of, this false sort of like Gnostic reality, then you're just stuck in this very limited sort of astral space. Whereas if you kind of recognize the realness of the physical realm and your connection to the natural, you get a more complete picture of the divine and how it works in the universe. Whereas because with Gnosticism, you definitely get that kind of incomplete kind of bias towards one side of the spectrum. And I think that in a lot of ways, it doesn't really integrate the kind of the spiritual and the material earthly realms and try to find a synthesis between the two. It just rejects the material altogether, and it just purely this kind of platonic sort of white void kind of world mentality. I don't know how else to describe it.
Right. So for those that will be joining us, probably everybody in the live chat will have an idea of what Gnosticism is, but other people will be watching the video on the rerun. Probably most of the people, because there'll probably be what about 30 of us here most of the time, or 20. At the moment there's 22 of us, 23 of us, 23 people watching us, shall we say. So let's take a look at what Gnosticism is, just to get an idea of a simple codex of it, shall we say. Because the Gnosticism is essentially bound by the codexes. So I'll take a look and I'll read from this book from you as well. Well, not from this book, from the internet, to give you an idea of where the Gospels of it comes from. It's essentially what became the blueprint for Christianity. It's a good way of understanding Gnosticism. There was Gnostic Christianity. This was sort of the teaching of the Essenes and the various different groups that were practicing ancient Egyptian law under the guise of Paleo-Hebrew tradition. Let's not forget where Moses was trained, right? Moses was trained in ancient Egypt. So everything that Moses brought into the Paleo-Hebrew tradition is not at all separate. In fact, the separation is actually, I think, something which is a modern idea. I think these are just different tribes that were living together. We think of the ancient land of Chem and ancient Egypt as just being one people with one language. I beg to differ. I think that it was an empire that had incorporated lots of different people into it, and those peoples that had been incorporated into it had their own ideas and languages that were part of the whole structure, sort of like a whole lot of tribes that live near each other that have similar ideas. Let's look at Europe, for example. How many different European versions of Norse people are there with different languages and slightly different cultures, right? You could look at like Northern Europe, you could look at the Dutch, you could look at different parts of Europe, and you're going to find that the Norse people are sort of spread out throughout Europe, but they're speaking different languages. They seemingly on the surface have a slightly different culture, but they're all part of Europe. And I would say that when we think of like the ancient Egypt, I think of it as like Europe, as like a very big conglomeration, sort of what Rome had become. And so we think of it as just being Egyptian, it's just that culture. No, I see it as an amalgamation. So without any further ado, I'll jump into, and I'll take a very simple look at what the Nag Hammadi scrolls are here. And it's fairly, we can actually rely even on Wikipedia for this because it is what it is. It's this simple. They can't lie about it. So there were these codexes that were found. These are called the Nag Hammadi scrolls. They were found obviously in Israel in a cave, and near to the Upper Egypt town of Nag Hammadi. And the 13 leather-bound papyrus codices buried in a sealed jar were found by a local farmer named Muhammad al-Saman. These writings were codices of which comprise 52 mostly Gnostic treatises. So we say mostly Gnostic treatises because the Corpus Hermeticum was part of it. So we can see that there was already an eclecticism happening. And part of the Gnostic tradition was very an eclectic tradition. And partial translations and alterations of the Plato's Republic. And by alterations, I would say the more original version. I think the alterations are the versions that we know for very obvious reasons. Very obvious reasons why they don't want us to know too much about our own history. Look at what they've done to history. So in his introduction to the Nag Hammadi library in English, James Robinson suggests that these codices may have belonged to the nearby Pacomenian monastery and were buried after the Saint Athanasius condemned the use of non-canonical books. And this was in 367 AD. So this is the idea. We can't say that this is a fact. So basically, many of these codices, most of them were written in Coptic language, which is, let's not forget, the Paleo-Hebrew Coptic connection is really essentially very close. And for those of you that don't know, Coptic is also very close to the Gaelic Irish tradition language. There's something to chunk on. There's a lot of linguistical connections there. And let's not forget that the Queen of England sits on the stone of Scone when she's being, or him, when they're being inaugurated, which is a stone that came from ancient Egypt. Apparently it had come from, did it come from Syria first to ancient Egypt? But I think it had been in ancient Egypt, been taken from ancient Egypt when ancient Egypt collapsed, and then it was brought back there, and then it was brought to England. So there's a history of this, and then it was taken to Scotland, and through England into Scotland, and to this day, it's basically owned by the monarchy. So the best known of the works of the Nag Hammadi scrolls are the Gospels of Thomas, but there are many, 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 many different scrolls within the Nag Hammadi library, and so that's where we get much of our information about Gnosticism from, and it is what it is. There are a lot of different ideas behind the Gnostic tradition, and not all of them. I don't agree with all of the ideas that have been presented. I think that there may be some confusion about the interpretation of it. One of the books that really stands out to me is the Gnostic Creation. That's very interesting. And so that's really where we get to the, cosmogony of the Gnostic tradition. And like all things, if you want to get a real understanding, you want to go back to the beginning. If you want to understand the Bible, you understand what this whole Christianity is about, read Genesis. It'll give you an idea of what we're talking about here with Christianity, which is why it's always the first book that's read to children, normally. Not in my case. In my case, I started in the beginning of the Bible, whichever was the first book of Bible. That was my first book that I read. But and it was read to me while I was learning to read. But the thing about Gnosticism is it relies heavily upon a personal journey. So gnosis, and there's no accident that it's connected to your nose. You got to learn to follow your nose, and when you follow your nose, then you'll start to figure out what it is that you know, and people will say, he knows. So these words are not accidentally connected, and knows what's important about nostril. Okay, so if we look in the Vedic tradition, the nose represents smell represents the priviti. In Sanskrit architecture, which is the earth element, which is Parabrahm, Brahman facing in all four directions. Understand that the Egyptian pyramids were based upon the number 4. And the number 4, the base of 4, the pyramids, were encapsulating the number 9 within the 4, the 9 Shastra, the planets, which are, an astrological chart in India is 9 little blocks. It looks like a Saturn square. So if you want to do an astro chart in India, it's basically a Saturn square with little squiggles in it. Something to think about. So, and we're going to get into that Saturn square, why Saturn squares are so important, why the black cult, the black cube, is so central. What's the story about what's going on with people walking around Mecca? The black cube, the black sun cults, the cube of Saturn. And we're going to take a look at who Yaldabaoth really is. Yaldabaoth is basically one of the key players in the Gnostic pantheon, if we can call it that. But so Gnosticism is a personal journey that doesn't rely on other people's holding authority over you. This was why it had to be stomped out by the Catholic tradition. Once the Roman, under the Greeks, under the guise of Rome, had basically made it illegal to practice that form of Judaism. And I want us to recognize that Gnosticism was a form of a revived, a new form of Judaism, shall we say, which had come in after the Messiah that had been accepted by those that considered the Messiah. They had developed their form of Gnosticism, which was their own form of Judaism, which is effectively a form of ancient Egyptian practice. So to try and pretend that Christianity is not a pagan religion gets very difficult when you start to look at its history, at its roots, where it comes from. It comes directly from Gnosticism, which comes from the ancient Egyptian lineage, but it's been heavily remodeled by those that followed the Messiah, where the Messiah was saying, you don't go into a church, you don't need priests, and you don't need this. It's a personal experience in your heart with the divine flame of life, with the divine spirit of consciousness. You make a personal relationship in your heart with divinity, and that's how you practice Gnosticism. So it didn't have authoritarian priests that were ruling over the people in the way that the Catholic tradition did. Not trying to throw anything at the Catholic tradition. Respect to them for doing what they do. But this is the history. This is what happened. This is the history that we can't pretend isn't real. And so the Gnostic tradition is very much like Hinduism. It's like the Norse tradition. There's not some organized Norse church infrastructure that must tell you how to live your life or tell you what to do. It's a personal experience. Each person has their own relationship with their God, and they do as they feel based upon the inspiration in their heart coming from the divinity. The same thing in India. They don't have that, but the Islamic used to be more like that, and they're trying to change that. They've been changing that with the Shiites and the Sunnis and all these wars and all the political invasion and everything that's been going on. It has been by design in the West in order to create this web of control, which started with religion and has now become a web of science and political control. So Gnosticism is essentially supposed to be a free path of spiritual devotion within oneself. And it does come from, much of it from the writings of Christos, has affected the way ancient scrolls were interpreted. I think I'll give you guys a chance to jump in.
Seems like it kind of ties into some of the New Age stuff we were talking about earlier. I think there's definitely a connection between Gnosticism and the New Age. I'm definitely seeing that now, because they both kind of rely on, it's your experience. And I mean, it's a complicated thing, because I think about, the idea of organized religion, but I guess I try to think about why do people feel the need for that kind of authority? I think it's because when it comes to Christianity, they don't have as much trust over individual experience. It's almost like they're really terrified of megalomania and narcissism kind of taking over. So So sometimes, like, I mean, a lot of people, like, and I, I have my issues with Christianity. I don't hate it, but I definitely don't agree with all of its precepts. But it's like, and while I don't agree with the way it practices, I at least understand like why they do it and where they're coming from with it, if that makes any sense.
I do exactly agree with you, and I do think that we can agree that I think the New Age has heavily leaned upon Gnosis or Gnosticism, and much of the New Age ideologies are based upon this fundamental founding principle of Gnosis. Though the New Agers didn't have the conscientiousness to read all the scrolls. They just read the label. They read the first page and said, "Yep, like it. Yeah, we'll do that," without really understanding what that means and where that comes from. And so there is within the Gnostic tradition, it's heavily ladled with hermetics.
You see that a lot nowadays too, but with journalism, like people don't read, beyond the headlines. Maybe the little header underneath the actual headline, but other than that, people don't read the actual articles anymore. They read the headline, they make their assumptions on what it means, and 9 out of 10 times get outraged over it.
Oh my God. Like, I've experienced that so much. Like, I'll be like arguing with somebody on the internet, and they'll have some, oh, this is an article that proves my thing. And then I'll read their article. And when you actually go into the details, it actually disproves their argument. It's like the initial title will prove it, but then it's like, oh yeah, this thing is real. And then you look in the actual like fine details. It's like, well, we don't actually know if this thing is real, but we speculate that it might be real based on all this little stuff. But they take a little truth and then they stretch it into something else.
I mean, like, what more do you need? Like, if in that headline you already found your answer, or the answer that you're looking for, because that's also very much a personal bias thing, of course, which seems to be ever increasing in this day and age. Like, people are not looking for truth anymore. They're looking for their truth. They're looking for the thing that proves that they are right. So if they can find it in one headline, preferably from a more established media house or more established publication, then what more do you need? Like, if the New Yorker can prove with one headline that the idea that I have of a certain thing is true, then I'm gonna assume it's true, because why would the New Yorker, such a established company, such a established and high esteemed magazine, why would they lie to me? And they already gave me what I'm looking for. And I mean, that's the also kind of the dualism of the internet. Yeah, you can find everything if you know how to look, if you know where to look. That also goes if you're just looking for things that prove you right. I can make up a thing if I want to, and in a Google search, and maybe 2-3 clicks later, I can find something that proves my idea that I just thought up. It's real easy like that. But and I want to set something a little straight about polytheism, European polytheism. It's not as much about personal experience, but there is no real dogma to be found in it. There is no rules and regulations that say you have to practice it a certain way. I mean, we have the stories of our heroes, the stories of our gods, and the teachings of of those stories, the archetypes that they represent, the lessons that we're supposed to read, supposed to learn, but written in between the lines. Of course, it takes a bit of a deeper understanding. So personal experience, not exactly, but no dogma at the very least.
Are there some people that choose to focus on the dark gods?
Absolutely.
Because I know
Absolutely, I know one personally who is more in tune with left hand paganism.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, there are people that choose between Loki and the other gods, and some venerate Loki.
Loki's not a god though, not technically, and I honestly I don't know why you would venerate Loki. That is not going to bring anything good. Loki is he's a force of chaos. So if you're gonna worship or venerate Loki, be prepared for, a hard knock life, because nothing's gonna come easy.
There's a lot of people who worship Lucifer and Satan that they've pulled that out of Christianity, and so they kind of gravitate towards.
But Lucifer is Jesus, though. Lucifer is Jesus. Lucifer is Venus. He's the light bringer.
A lot of people would associate Lucifer with Enki and Loki. They've all been kind of demonized in their
Loki is a trickster. He is a being of chaos. So it doesn't surprise me that there are people who venerate him, who
I think it makes perfect sense culturally right now that people are venerating Loki. I'm also thinking of like the Discordians and the chaos magic world that worship Eris, the goddess of chaos.
Absolutely.
And it's, I think people, I don't know, maybe it seems like it's kind of disturbing trend that there's a lot of people in this world that really want to bring chaos into this world. That could be a whole other topic right there.
Well, they're trying to bring chaos into the world, or they're trying to embrace the power of the chaos, which some could consider the universal law.
Probably both.
Nature being chaos.
I mean, then Loki is a perfect being for that. He brings nothing but chaos and destruction. On the other hand, I do have to acknowledge that if it wasn't for Loki, his tricks, and Loki, his schemes, a lot of things would not exist or would not be what they are. For example, the hammer, would not be there if it wasn't for Loki challenging the dwarves. Gungnir, Odin is, I believe those are I can't remember the name exactly, but Odin's spear, he wouldn't have that if it wasn't for Loki, his schemes. Sleipnir, eight-legged horse, wouldn't be there if it wasn't for Loki, his schemes.
Did Loki ever do anything in service of Odin? Trickster things.
Loads. Yeah.
Because that's kind of like did that for Yahweh.
But he did it in his own way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's one story, which is a rather famous one, and one that I love to tell, is always the giants, always the trolls. They're always a nuisance to the gods of Asgard. So they decided, okay, we need to build a wall around Asgard. So yes, for the American crowd listening, even our gods thought it was a good idea to build a wall. But you don't build a wall yourself. You hire a mason for that, and a good one too. So of course Loki said, you know what, leave it up to me. I'll find a good one. Don't you worry. And indeed he did. He found a very good mason, So of course, they got to negotiate over the price, And the Mason only wanted one thing: Freya's hand in marriage. It's a common theme, you know, Freya being the strongest and most beautiful of the gods and the goddesses. Like, why wouldn't you want her hand in marriage? I mean, you'd be a fool if you don't. Yeah, I mean, the gods, they didn't necessarily agree with that, because, like, I mean, come on, we're not gonna marry Freya to some Mason, don't care how good you are. But, you know, after some debating back and forth, it was agreed, but, you know, they thought they were clever, or Loki thought he was clever, and he was gonna set a unrealistic timetable for the wall to be finished. One that, no matter how good, amazing you are, is just not gonna happen. I don't know the time exactly, but I believe it was like 5 years or so. The wall had to be done in 5 years. Let's just say 5 years. I have to look up the details exactly. So, you know, unrealistic timetable. I mean, they're safe. Cool. You know, nothing's gonna happen. We're gonna get our wall. Freya is safe.
Isn't that I was tricked by Loki? Loki took his horse or something.
No, yeah, I'm coming to that, because the Mason, he actually, like, one of the conditions was, okay, you know, but I do want to bring my horse with me, you know, to pull the sled with all the stones. But damn, that was a mighty freaking steed. That wasn't just any horse, that was a mighty freaking steed. So, you know, it was kind of looking like he was gonna finish the wall in time. Which meant that they were gonna have to marry off Freya. Oh, fuck. So, you know, Odin kind of turned to Loki and said, "You motherfucker, you created this mess. Go fix it. You said this wasn't achievable. He's about to achieve it. Fix it." So, you know, Loki, not wanting to anger Odin, understandable, you don't want to anger Odin, he transforms himself in this, you know, most beautiful mare, and lures away the steeds into the night, into the woods to, well, you know, do what the ultimate distraction is for any man who finds himself a pretty lady. You know, like cue Barry White and some blankets, and but, you know, and by that, it took longer for the Mason to get the stones from the grove to the wall, therefore missing the timetable. So, and that's the story of how Sleipnir came to be, because out of the relations between Loki Mare, I don't know, and the mighty steed came Sleipnir, the eight-legged horse. And I mean, Odin at first was like just incredibly pissed with Loki, because, you know, of course, turns out that the Mason was a freaking giant. So, I mean, you know, Q Thor and Mjolnir, it's like, hey, giant, okay, nice, right up my alley, let's go. But, you know, in also in thanks that, you know, in the end, Loki did set his mistake right. He adopted Sleipnir, and, you know, Sleipnir enables Odin to travel across the realms. So Sleipnir, child of Loki, born out of a one-night stand, really, hey, happens to the best of us. So it's not, I mean, it's in service of Odin, but then, you know, Loki thought he was clever, turns out mistaken, still fixes it. So Loki is, yeah, he's a trickster god, and he will do shit for, you know, for his own benefit, you know, for shits and giggles, because I mean, why not? As long as I'm having fun. But still, beautiful things do come of it in the end.
Yeah, I can totally see what you're going at. I think the whole dynamic with Loki being the chaotic sort of trickster god in relation to Thor and the other beings of Asgard, I think it points to a kind of deeper universal sort of principle, and just in the very notion that order and chaos have a kind of, they can't exist without each other. Chaos can't exist without order, and order can't exist without chaos. And the way I think about it, without chaos, order has nothing sort of new to create new forms and to kind of dominate over and create something new. And without order, chaos has nothing to destroy and corrupt, and its existence is meaningless. Now,
Exactly.
To bring this back to the New Age concept, I think one of the reasons why a lot of New Age beliefs seem so wonky is that they want to deny that chaos exists entirely. And instead of saying that something is chaotic and destructive, they'll try to shoehorn in some narrative how this is actually these divine positive beings doing some kind of thing you perceive as negative, but at a higher order, it's all about love and kindness. And I think this really kind of creates a distorted view of reality. Now, and then you think the opposite of that is I think of it, there's two kind of main metaphysical points of view you can have about reality. You can either be a transcendentalist or a nihilist, and everything is kind of in between those two sides of the spectrum. So the nihilist that says everything is chaos, there is no order, nothing is ordered. Everything you think is ordered is just some kind of frivolous, survival hope, and everything is just mindless chaos, which I think is equally a kind of a wrong sort of belief. And I think that, and also thinking about Loki, how though he is a trickster, he does at least try to appease his father. He at least kind of tries to be sort of good, but in his own sort of chaotic sort of way. And you see that within Loki, even though he is a chaotic deity, there are ordered elements, subtle ordered elements that exist within that chaotic being. I think, and what we see with the New Age, and you see when people, they kind of, specifically, I'm thinking like when something really, really horrible happens, they say, "Oh, you chose that to happen," or something kind of like that.
Yeah.
That to me is sort of the opposite of the dynamic. That's the chaos within the order that you see, that where it's you're trying to make everything so ordered and so perfectly explained and perfectly understandable that in your effort to make everything perfect and ordered, you're actually making certain other elements more chaotic by denying that chaos exists. So I think that's a very interesting point in terms of that. And I think that mythology that you bring up, Steinfox, does have some kind of deeper, it's reflecting of a deeper universal truth through a kind of a narrative like structure.
And
I think that the reason for the chaotic presences in the spiritual traditions from the pagan traditions, and basically this is universal, be it Mahakali, be it whichever tradition you're in, these dark presences are important. And why is chaos important? Because sometimes, let's just use the modern time that we're in. I can completely understand why people are looking for chaos. I can understand why people think like, you know what? The order that's in control on Earth at the moment sucks. The government sucks. The financial system sucks. Whoever's controlling Google and Facebook, it sucks. Like, it sucks big time, basically. So a lot of people are going to be thinking, these organizations need to be pulled down and rebuilt because they're not working. So these chaotic principles play a role in, sometimes we need that force of distraction in order for us to be able to produce a better creation. Imagine like you're an artist, right? And you want to make pottery. It means you're going to need to get a pickaxe. You're going to have to like break open the ground. You're going to have to dig and smash up the ground with a big hammer, smash it up. Then you're going to get a sieve and you're going to like grind it through a sieve to get fine clay, to separate the fine clay from the grits. And then you're going to have to get that clay and you're going to have to put water in it and turn it into mushy sludge. so that you can actually make a beautiful pot out of it that you can eat or drink out of. And so that comes from a destructive principle, which the beautiful thing wouldn't have come into being had there not been something destructive. So I think, this is why these dark principles are present and why people are drawn to them, because I suppose it takes all kinds to make a world, and everybody can't be all fluffy and loved up all of the time. You need a couple of get down and get grungy people around to make up the whole spectrum. And is it necessarily what we've been taught of as evil? Good and evil, in my mind, you can be evil by being good. No, you can be evil by thinking that you're good, trying to do good. You can be trying to be, I'll give you a classic example. Some people might be going out trying to just help everybody else around them. And they might come in contact with somebody that actually doesn't want their help. And so now they actually have to harass and inflict themselves upon that person in order to help them. And because they think that they know better what that person needs. So there's the danger of the ego when you're trying to do good because you want to do something good for someone else. Is that what they wanted? Is free will taken into account? So that, very often the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And sometimes, being real is what the world needs. So, I tend not to judge too fast, but I think that it has a place in the world. And I think you're completely right, Cosmic. And I love your story that it points us out that the New Age is in total denial of the polarities of life. They are looking. This is basically, if you ask me what the New Age is, and I've got someone here who believes in that what do you call that Christian idea where that God's going to come and wave a wand and take you away?
The rapture.
There's going to be rapture. A New Age is just a new form of rapture religion. Only it's UFOs that's going to fetch us and take us away. I mean, that's what it amounts to in many practical circles. Not that all New Age is that way, but I've seen a lot of that. Well, sorry, you guys, you were going to say something.
I feel like chaos could be interpreted differently. It's been associated with evil because we've been conditioned to through socialization. But I feel like chaos is not very different than nature. And so in the sense of the opposite of chaos being things under control, I feel like living in a cage is us living under control. We live in mere survival. We're not thriving. We're merely barely surviving in thrival, living in fear in a cage. But if we were to be able to branch out into nature like the tribal people have done and learn to thrive in nature and embrace the chaos of nature and be able to come out on top and be able to be strengthened by it, I feel like it's a fire that could forge us into thrival as a species. But as long as we stay in fear and live inside of a cage, we're weak. And if we live by the delusion of separation, that's going to make it so that we're easily exploitable. And as we spoke about before, the people that seem to be in power tend to come into a place where they want to control others. And I feel like we should take a look at that. Now, if we're thinking that we are God and God is within me as God is within you, that transcends the delusion of separation in some way. But when we think I am God and I'm the God over all of you and I'm the only one God, if someone wants to think that or say that, they would be putting themselves in a place of self-glorification. They would be removing compassion from their lives, which is a universal principle. Without compassion, you are self-sabotaging your own world and you being the master of that world. So I feel like when one is in self-glorification, it's oftentimes an obfuscation for self-loathing or self-deprecation. A great example of this is men. Men want to be considered to be smart and strong. Why? Because we're insecure. We don't really have much of an investment in creating children. We are able to seed the children, but we don't have the means to create life, and we don't have the means to foster life and feed it. We don't breastfeed life, right? And so men have to come up with more of a function for themselves. We need to have a purpose. And so for us, it's important for us to be a protector and a supporter of our women.
You know, Indy, you bring up a really interesting point. And I'm taking that idea you're talking about, men being insecure, and I'm applying that to actual male deities. Because if you think about like the Christian creation myth, that God creates the universe, but He doesn't create the universe with a woman. He creates it like in like a workshop or something. Like He built it out, and I can't help but feel that idea that you're talking about, men kind of not having their place because they don't really have the ability to directly create an offspring, is actually reflected in these mythologies that permeate our Western culture these days.
Absolutely. And it also shows that in our society, we celebrate technology, which is another word for toys. Men can create toys. Men can create dolls. We can't really create anything that's alive. So we've been so connected to having a huge reliance on all these tools and these toys. We need these toys to live. We can't live without them.
Mm-hmm.
But do we really, though? And are these toys just another means for exploitation and control? Are we trying to control nature right now? And how's that working out?
So I also kind of sorry, go on.
Oh, go ahead. I just want to say that.
That was to say that I feel like the idea that defining nature as chaotic is kind of part of the propaganda in a sense, because I think that if you really analyze nature, there is an equal amount of order and chaos that exists within nature. Like, yeah, you have the chaotic aspects of nature. You got floods and natural disasters, animals attacking each other. But then you got like the Fibonacci sequence in plants and fractal structures in, cauliflower and other rocks and stuff. So I think that, but you are pointing towards something, the idea that that Western civilization tends to look at nature as chaotic, and we're the ordered ones, and nature is the chaotic ones. But I think kind of like what the Fae, because like one of the things that the Fae have been teaching me in addition to Zarfexology is sort of my actual connection to nature. And they kind of point out that by creating that distinction between sort of human beings and the natural world, we say, oh, we're the ordered ones, but we don't realize that we're also part of that chaos. We're part of that chaotic aspect of nature that exists within us, but we want to deny that reality. It's like, for some reason, it seems like a lot of these early Christians, it's like they were ashamed of being associated with the natural world. And I think that actually goes back to the Gnosticism thing. That's this sort of the shame of being part of this lower, this realm. It's low, it's chaotic, it's nonsensical, and all these terrible things are going on. And I want to associate with this higher realm where everything is perfect and nothing bad ever happens. But I think, and again, it's like, a denial of a shadow of ourselves. And I think when you like the shadow work thing where you integrate both of those sides, you get a more whole sense of being. And I think when you sort of integrate, when you can see the order in nature and you can see the intelligence in nature, because that's another thing that Faye have been kind of teaching me. It's like there's a weird that we kind of have this weird like human beings, I guess you materialists say, but I guess also probably some Christians too, that there's this very stark divide between conscious beings and sort of unconscious matter. And the Fae are like, no, you have to see that everything has consciousness, but there's different levels and gradations of consciousness that come from two different sides. So you have there's the physical dimension of consciousness, so that's like your panpsychist sort of like feminine aspect of the universe. And then you have the male aspect, which is the kind of the upper, sort of intellectual, the logos, the imagination, the thing that creates toys. And that with interesting that when they talk about like the creation of a self, and I think also the universes too, that when a universe is created, it's created sexually between a male and female energy. And then that's kind of the Gnostic truth, if you will, that I've kind of sort of like discovered that we've kind of been occluded to. And we have this idea that no, it has to be this one God who created everything in a workshop, and there was no sex involved whatsoever. It was and I think, and it's interesting too with that the self and the soul they claim is created in a similar way, as that it's like essentially, basically, if you think about it, people are created when a man and a woman make love. And I think it makes sense that a soul is created when a god and a goddess make love. And that's the creation of the soul. So I think that having those two elements sort of come together, and I think we can get a more accurate and parsimonious and harmonious understanding of reality versus this kind of lopsided, we have to pick one side or the other. We have to either, say that the material world is totally real and that atheism is the truth and all this, astral spiritual stuff is an illusion, or you take the Gnostic side, which is essentially the inverted version of that, where it says, no, this, spiritual world, this is true, and this material, icky, false reality, that's not real. So the way I've been trying to look at it more lately is try to see both sides as equally real and existing in a kind of relationship with each other. And I think when you understand it from that point of view, it makes a lot more sense, and you can actually understand the utility and purpose of why ordered and chaotic elements need to exist to create this sort of larger balance, as opposed to the idea that it has to be one or the other, and the other that order has to dominate chaos, or chaos has to dominate order. But really, they're two sides that need to work together to create the larger, universe at large.
And the denial
I
of...
said,
Oh, go ahead, guys.
please continue.
No, yeah, the denial of the physical with some Christians, especially the Christian monks, went just way too far, because I believe it is also one of Jesus' teachings that he says, like, cut off or cut out everything that doesn't serve you, or that doesn't, or distract you or whatever. So a lot of Christian monks took that as, like, I'm gonna create a eunuch. I'm gonna make myself into a eunuch, because those earthly, fleshly pleasures, it is distracting me. It is not helping me, to gain enlightenment or whatever. Because every time I see a pretty woman, my blood goes somewhere else. So I'm gonna cut that off. That's gonna help. And then, it had to be corrected, and, everyone else had to be like, okay, no, that's not what we meant. It's probably not what he meant, but I mean, you can take it as far as you want to. And,
Funny that you mentioned the Essenes would do that, I think, or the
there was a particular group who would do that. And Cosmic, when you mentioned, like, embracing the chaos and it's all part of it and whatever, my mind immediately went to the whole QAnon stuff.
right.
Trust the plan. Everything that you see, it's not happening. It's a movie. It's theaters. They're actors. Trust the plan. Like, blindly trust it. Don't ask questions. Just sit back and watch, because you will be saved. You are saved. We're just gathering and collecting everything that we need to actually create this new world. Novo Order Seclorum.
I feel like
Don't believe in their illusions, believe in our illusions instead.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I feel like if that hadn't been developed, they would have been a bigger push towards liberating the trafficked people, the women and children. I feel like there was a huge push. People were starting to unify to address that, and then that whole thing came out and pretending like it was already taken care of.
It had its good sides. It definitely had its good sides for a lot of people. It was a wake up call. They started to be informed, at least, about things that were happening that they had no idea was happening. And that's also kind of my belief with the whole QAnon thing, that maybe initially it started out, as a true, well, at the very least, activist group, but with, like higher clearance and people in higher places. Because, I mean, if the enemy has it, then, we can too. But at some point it got, well, infiltrated, or, grifters came in who are making good money off the whole QAnon bullshits by peddling products and live streams and donations and whatever. But yeah, it's indeed, as you said, like, it is very much like, don't believe their bullshit, believe our bullshit. Don't believe that they are gonna save you, we're gonna save you.
Yeah, I think you guys are like onto a lot, looking for the divinity outside of yourself, out there far away, is obviously, we're looking for mirages. And I like what you were bringing up there. And I think it's interesting, like this whole deveneration of the divine feminine. And I think it's almost time to get into the meat and potatoes of Gnosticism, which is, interestingly enough, more like the Vedic school of cosmology than not. It really venerates the divine feminine beyond all things. And there's a prediction, a prophecy at the end of the Gnostic book of creation in the Nag Hammadi scrolls, which we can look at the end of this little expose. And so, this deveneration of the divine feminine, who was it that mentioned in the chat? I think it was the Chronicles of Satra? Yes. What did he say? And it's so on point. Who's Ganga? Come on, who's Ganga? And what's her place in the Sasra chakra? In fact, not the Sasra chakra. It's got to do with the source from whence the power that moves through the Sasra chakra, that produces all of reality as we know it, comes from. We think of it in the inverse as it's like raising up our kundalini towards that point, but it's also the source of things. The Sasra chakra is the 1,000 petals from which all the 1,000 qualities of color, texture, density, size, all these different elements come together to form each different thing. So I do think that the divine feminine has been given a really bad rap because of the twisted form of Gnosticism that has become the New Age, which is a twisted form of Gnosticism, which is Christianity became a registered religion, which is Gnosticism in a different way. That's why I say twisted. Not necessarily twisted in a bad way, although it could be, but twisted in a different way, twisted it to be something that is not. So if we look at the Gnostic book of creation, so where do we start? We start with the Pistos Sophia. Now, the Pistos Sophia is in a place called the Good. That's often which it's called in many places, and it's the true spiritual divine plane of pure perfection and divinity. And in this plane of pure perfection and divinity, the Pistos Sophia has within herself the desire to create, to give birth, though her desire becomes conflagrated to a degree. And so what is produced is not in alignment with the plane of existence within which she exists. She becomes ashamed. And in her shame, she wants to get rid of this, I use this word loosely, fetus. And she wishes for this to be proverbially aborted. So now we see there's an idea of abortion here. It's coming into the picture. So she puts this out and puts it into a pocket of darkness, because there was darkness that existed before. Now, this is an interesting thing that's covered. So there's the darkness that existed before. Before what? Well, before anything. We're getting into the divine feminine's real source of its power. There's this chaotic thing that we think is really so bad, but it becomes a shadow. And when this being comes into its own, it awakens upon the waters, because Sophia calls to this being, because this is still her offspring, still her proverbial son. And so she comes from the divine planes, and she looks into the space that she's put it into, and she calls to it, and she goes, Yaldabaoth. So this being hears this name, assuming that this name is its own expression of its own consciousness, believing that it is the only being that exists in the whole of creation, that it is the first and the beginning, that it is the Alpha and the Omega, that it is all that there is and all that there was. And so this being then basically starts to mold the darkness around, and it starts to produce from the darkness a kind of an order, shall we say, because the darkness is twisted into a shadow by this being's presence, because this being is not fully conscious, is still in the process of awakening. And that's a very interesting concept. So now we're talking about the proverbial architect of the world. Although, as we go deeper into the Gnostic, we see that the architect isn't the architect, because the architect creates beings to be the architect. And so, I mean, Yaldabaoth, if we think of Yaldabaoth, what are you guys' ideas of Yaldabaoth? For those of you that have like looked into the Yaldabaoth story, look at the name of it. Yaldabaoth. Okay, so Yaldabaoth. We're starting off with the Iya of Enki. What do you think of that connection?
Wow, if there's a serpent involved there, it's a lion-headed serpent, but the lion is usually associated with Enlil, so I would think it would be more of like a Ningshita, the son of Enlil, who might, like Marduk, use both of his father and uncle symbols. I don't know. It's interesting though.
I was thinking just now that you're talking about obviously the Yaldabaoth, which is also most more commonly known as the demiurge, and I can't help but again see parallels that he's almost like the demiurge, just almost like the archetypical representation of a New Ager. Because think about it this way, because like obviously you referred for that demiurge, he thinks that he is the only God, and a lot of these New Agers, they think they're God, albeit in a different way, but a lot of these people think I'm this great mystical thing. And then you talk about the whole idea about shaping the darkness into your own creation. I can't help but think about like where we're talking about the discussion of chaos earlier, about how New Age takes chaos and recontextualizes it into this kind of distorted order. And I can't help but see that there's a similar parallel with that Gnostic creation myth, that the demiurge or Yaldabaoth is sort of constructing this ideal perfect reality within his own mind, obviously from a corrupted lower standpoint. But if you think about it, it's like each one of these, like this kind of that unhealthy sort of New Age or any or really any kind of like cult leader, it's like an archetype for that thing. It's like when you've taken that vision of the universe, you've had that mystical experience, and you think you're God and there's nothing else beyond you. But I can't help but think that with human beings and people, there's actually a very similar dynamic at play, and that each one of these New Agers, in a sense, is like their own individual demiurge. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Also, I like to think that the combination of the serpent body and the lion head could represent that there's a body of wisdom with a head of power. And I feel like that could be the interpretation of the symbol. It's interesting.
I think that's very much on point of what it represents. I mean, okay, so Yaldabaoth sees this vision of the light. And this is the recognition that there's something else. He's thinking that it's just him, right? And then he starts to recognize like something's not quite right. And he's shaping the shadow around him. And he's coming into his own, becoming mature, if we can use that word, shaping the limitless chaos from which he came from into an externalized shadow with the light focused within the self. So there's a certain element of Gnosticism here, I think, being reflected on a personal level. And then he's basically shaping all the deities that become the order of being, the creators, if we can use that word. And this is actually really where we're coming from here. You can enjoy those, but close the door, my boy. I love you. I'm busy on a live now. Yes, you can, but share them with mommy. Close the door, please. Okay, close. Don't ask me again, otherwise I'm going to take them away. I said yes. Okay. He wants to eat the ice lollies that I made him, which is frozen fruit juice. But he keeps he'll have a long conversation with you for like 5 minutes. So So then what happens is, from this birth that he's having, he starts to hear another voice, and he realizes that there's something outside of him. And immediately he goes into denial. And that is the birth of envy. And the birth of envy is actually what drives the whole creation process, because now he's got a point to prove. He has to prove that he's the God. He has to prove that he's the supreme being. And so the first thing that he does, and he is referenced as being the first archon, which is quite interesting. So in these ancient texts, he's referenced as being the first archon. And we'll get into what the archons are as we move on, because the archons are really those that are in charge, those that are in control. And so he then starts to deliberately pull out of himself beings. He's obviously androgynous. From his own androgyny, he pulls out 3 specifically main creators, which are extensions of his own being that become their own being. So we've got Iao comes through. Then we've got Elohe, and then we've got Astophaeos. And so these 3 beings get pulled out of his being, almost as if he polarizes in order to give birth. So here we have the concept of immaculate conception, right? Because the whole idea is that Yaldabaoth was alone and he pulled these beings out of his own body, which means he had to make a sacrifice. He had to sacrifice some part of himself, like proverbially a finger or a toe or whatever, to turn it into another being. Do you see what I'm getting at? So he's sacrificing some part of his own power, of his own agency, in order to bring these 3 fundamental beings into being. And so then what is formed, and Yaldabaoth is able to procreate, and this is important to recognize, because there is Yaldabaoth is the masculine presence, there's a feminine presence within Yaldabaoth, which is called forethought in this ancient creation doctrine. So forethought and Yaldabaoth become this duality. And Iao is a master duality with mastery. So Iao is able to create from the polarity of Iao being the feminine part of Iao, which is mastery. Then the next being that is pulled out after the Astophaeos is Sabaoth or Shabaoth. Shabaoth is feminine being, is divinity. So these are all androgynous beings, but they have polarities within their androgyny. We've got to understand this concept. And then is Adonais, whose feminine presence is kingship, and Elwes, whose feminine presence is envy, and this comes up later. This is where the jealousy of God comes from in the Bible. And Oreos, whose feminine presence is wealth, right? Feminine being is wealth, the accumulation of wealth. And Astophaeos, this feminine principle is Sophia. So in other words, Astophaeos has actually manifested by the will of Sophia, and so this being holds divinity. For Sophia is the wisdom and the divinity. Now there are different Sophias in this story. There's the original Pistos Sophia, which comes from the divine beyond this creation, and then there is the Sophia, which is the polarity part of Astophaeos, which is interesting to consider as these different forms of Sophia. Sophia beneath the veil, who has taken a form here in order to play a part of the creation. The part which is played is wisdom. And later on, this other embodiment of Sophia becomes the tree of knowledge of good and evil that can guide people towards the tree of life. So these are the 7 powers: Yaldabaoth, Iao, Shabaoth, Adonais, Elwes, Oreos, and Astophaeos. And so these 7 beings with Sophia, wealth, envy, kingship, divinity, mastery, forethought, are the the Sembatos, as it's called. The Shembatos, Shem being name, Batos relating to the 7 divine parts of Yaldabaoth, if we want to consider it as that. But they are individual beings in their own right. So then what happens is these beings are all in gathering, and Yaldabaoth then starts boasting, because they are now creating out of these beings angels. The archangels are creating angels, and the angels are creating a whole multitude of beings. And these are creating the fiery serpent beings and all the other beings which are part of the hierarchy of this creation. And mankind hasn't been conceived of yet. And Yaldabaoth starts to boast, starts to say, like, I am the one God. I am the source of everything. I am the Alpha and the Omega. I am everything. And some of the divine presences around Yaldabaoth start raising an eye, as if to say, like, who do you think you are, buddy? Like, because what has happened is there is this recognition that this doubt. And I think this is interesting. It comes back to the story, like we were talking about Loki. Loki's a god, but Loki's also a giant. So Loki is actually a very interesting story. Like, if you look at it, it's both got the carnal giant genes, which is why they needed that wall, wasn't it? To keep the giants out. Because these gods are really scared of the giants. Like, what are you scared of? Why are you scared of the giants? Because these giants are powerful beings. They've got powers, godly powers. So
Loki's not a god, though. He's not considered to be a god.
No, he's not. But he's the hybrid, isn't he?
Maybe like Thoth is self-created.
Isn't he a hybrid? Wasn't he conceived by a god and a giant? And so he's considered a bastard. He's not a giant. He's not a god.
No, but I mean, Odin, Wotan, he's the son of a giant too. Even Thor, Donar, is the son of a giantess. So,
but was his mother a goddess or no?
Sorry?
His mother wasn't a goddess, though, or the mother was the giant, but was his father a god?
I'll have to look that up. I know he's considered not to be a god, although he does find himself in Asgard, in the realm of the gods. So that is a little odd.
It reminds me of Thoth, because Thoth was not born in the lineage of pharaohs. He was supposedly self-created.
So yeah, Loki is a half-breed. He is the son of Farboti, a Jotun, and Laufey, the queen, then I'd say, of the Frost Giants. So yeah, he is half giant, half god, but
okay, so
I believe he's not
like a demigod, maybe.
Like more demigod than god. I mean, Wikipedia says that he is a god, but many in the Germanic pagan realms will deny that he is a god.
I find it interesting, though, as a demigod, that he can go back and forth between the realms.
That's Wotan has that power more, but only through Sleipnir, which is a child of Loki. So, So there is a part of Loki, in a way, that is able to travel through the realms, to travel over the Yggdrasil, just in the form of his child, or one of his children, I should say.
Maybe that's why he can travel through there.
I mean, another daughter of his is Hela, the guardian of Helheim, and she is literally a two-faced being, one half being beautiful, one half being, well, dead.
Did you say Helheim? I thought it was Niflheim.
Helheim.
Is Niflheim also in the underworld? Is that
Niflheim is like the underworld. That's the realm of punishments.
Where you don't want to go.
Gotcha.
No, but like only reserved for the worst of the worst.
Yeah. So looking at how this all comes to play out, then so we've got this Sabaoth, and Sabaoth is already doubtful of Yaldabaoth. If we can call Yaldabaoth Sabaoth's father, I'm not quite sure. Father, mother, because there is no masculine or feminine. This is really important to understand, that this distinction which is in the tradition, that it starts with that there is no sex. That's not a male god. We were speaking of a male god, but the male god has a feminine counterpart within it, and it's a male and feminine within one, and it's totally androgyny. So it sort of brings a divine feminine back onto the playing board. And so what happens is this Yaldabaoth gets all arrogant, and I'm the only god, and I'm the one, and like I'm the man. Look at this, look at the size of my ding dong. It's bigger than everybody else's. Woohoo! Come on, everybody, kiss my feet. And who's sitting watching him from above in the divine plane? Of course, none other than his mother. And Sophia comes down in the form of light. And not everybody can see Sophia coming down in the form of light. But what happens is Sabaoth gets an idea. Like, hold on. What is that? And a lot of the beings see the light. They're concerned by it, but they don't quite know what it means. But Sabaoth then basically falls in love with Sophia, with wisdom. Now, Sabaoth, I want you to think of the Sabbath, the word Sabbath,
Shabbat.
Saturn. And they say Shabbat in Hebrew, but I believe that it's just a bastardization of Paleo-Hebrew, which is the pronunciation of Sabaoth. You see, when you look at the Coptic and the ancient Egyptian, the way they pronounce words, each consonant gets a syllable, right? And in Jewish, they like to, like modern Jewish, they like to make things shorter. And this is a common thing that happens in later languages. So when we're speaking about Sabaoth, we're talking about Shabbat, Shabbatai, as they call it, Shabbaotai, if we want to think of it in the old time, like the concept of Saturn. So this is the idea of Chronos in the ancient Greek tradition, what we're talking about. So Sabaoth basically falls in love, and he becomes enlightened. And when he becomes enlightened, he becomes the first archon. Now, is there a story in the ancient Greek story about how Saturn disposes his father? Think about it. There's a story in ancient Egypt as well, right? Who does Set cleans his clocks? Do you remember that story? Set cleans his clocks and chops his body up into 12 pieces and sends him to all different sides of the world, right? The Set is Saturn, is Sabaoth. These are the same personality from different traditions. So we've got to look at how all these myths align. And so I believe it's Uranius. Am I right? Check me on that. Ancient Greek, where's Gabriel when you need him? But I believe it's Uranius that gets his clocks cleaned by his son, who is Kronos. Cleans his clocks. He says, that's it. Done with your crap. You're full of it. Bam. I'm the new man on the block. So now Sabaoth is fully enlightened because he's accepted that part of himself, which is essentially. Now, here's an interesting part. All of these beings are an expression of the divine feminine. So everything was really created by the divine feminine. The divine feminine created the first being that created all the other beings out of its own body, which was all created out of the body of Pistos Sophia. Do you see how like an important, prominent role the divine feminine has in the creation of the universe as we know it, which is Christianity had to wash that away. This was why the Catholic tradition had to make it illegal. This is why these scrolls were buried in the 3rd century, right? Because you would get like mutilated, burned. Bad things would happen to you if you had these scrolls, or if you were talking them or reading them or knew anything about them. So anyway, so Sabaoth then becomes the lord of the powers. And from this, the darkness that is over the waters of the abyss, he rules over everything above this. And the authorities of chaos is now what they are referred to. But he has been enlightened by Pistos Sophia. So it's very interesting because he's a bad guy, then he's a good guy now, but he's still ruling over the waters of chaos. They're still busy basically constructing the universe. The world hasn't come into being in the form of matter as we know it yet. So what happens is there's a war that is then waged against Sabaoth because of jealousy. The authorities of chaos notice that he's the most beautiful. Okay, here's where the story of Lucifer comes in. You're holding tight. So Lucifer now. So Sabaoth is so beautiful and so enlightened because he has fallen in love with Sophia, which is the fundamental creator of all creation. And so all the authorities gang up on Sabaoth, and there's this huge war in heaven. This war is waged, and it's like it's a terrible, nasty business. And Pistos Sophia then sends 7 archangels to save Sabaoth, who is then carried to the 7th heaven by the archangels during this war. And 3 more archangels are also sent by the Pistos Sophia. And his kingdom is then established above in the 7th heaven. That becomes Sabaoth's domain. This is what we see in the Kabbalah and the Tree of Life when we look at the idea of Bina, which has got the contact to the supernal realm, ruled over by Saturn, right? Sabaoth, essentially who we're talking about. Not really the planetary energy of Saturn, but the spiritual hierarchical presence of that which Saturn becomes a manifestation of, because these beings have different octaves of life in the same way that Pistos is the Pistos Sophia, and then there's the Pistos Zoe, which is moving through the tree of life as we know it. And then there's another element of Pistos which gets locked into the tree of good knowledge of good and evil. So now we're looking at this new kingdom that is established, and at that point Zoe gets brought into the picture. Now the Pistos Sophia awards him a part of herself, who's also the Sophia, but now this is the Sophia Zoe, which is to act as his consort. I'm not quite sure how to interpret this, but it's awarded to him by the Pistos Sophia. And so now the Sophia Zoe is brought into being because this new kingdom has been created. And obviously she reigns within the 8th heaven, as far as I remember. So then what happens is she is there to teach him all the knowledge about the 8th heaven, so that Sabaoth can know about the 8th heaven and know about how the 8th heaven works. So in the story, there's not just 7 heavens, there's an 8th heaven, which is quite interesting. And so he then creates this huge mansion, which is like these mansions of God that you hear about in the biblical story. These were created by Sabaoth. Sabaoth is one of the archons. So we've really got to scratch our head. Like, what are we talking about in this Christian tradition? Yeah, like, there's this monotheism. Ways. Yeah, yes, brother.
How did they get to that 8th heaven? Was there a door? Or was it just one of the gates, like the 7 gates? Do you know?
I know that it's not accessible.
Right.
I don't know.
Because the seven hells and the 7 heavens are represented by the 7 planets and the 7 celestial bodies, the sun being the 4th and central one. And so when they talk about those 7 hells or the 7 heavens, they're talking about going through the gates of the celestial bodies. Back in Sumerian star lore, Manly P. Hall describes that. But it's interesting that they have an 8th gate, so they're definitely taking on new territory. They're moving forward from that foundation of 7.
I think the 8th heaven existed before.
I think so too. I think it's a
and all these other heavens were created as a copy of that.
I feel like they talk about the door at the top of the 7 steps of the ladder that you cross through in the story of Jacob's ladder. So yeah, that's fascinating though. Sorry to interrupt. That it realm is
What is that sound? Is somebody
hammering.
tapping? Oh, is that in the background?
Yeah, I was working on my porch here. He's working on his porch over there now.
Okay, fair enough. I thought it sounded like it was on the keyboard. I thought maybe it's one of the kitties or one of the dogs like scratching. I was like, yeah, it can happen. But yeah, so welcome, namaste. We've got PK with us. How you doing, PK? Lovely to join us. So anyway, so this is then what happens, and he then creates this heaven, and he creates a throne, and the throne has got 4 faces, and now this is where the cherubim come into being. So they describe the cherubim with the 4 animal faces, and this then becomes a 4-sided structure, like a square. We're talking about Brahma, right? With the 4 faces facing in 4 directions. This is what we're talking about in the Vedic culture. So you can see that all of this cherubim talk and all of this stuff is all coming from Gnosticism that we see in the Bible. And these 4 faces are like this. Each corner, on the right of each corner and on the left of each corner, there are 8 beings that are created, 8 angels. And so there are 4 corners with 8 and 8, which is 4 times 16, which is 72. So these 72 angels are then created around the structures of the 4 sides. And sorry, did I say 78? 72, sorry, 64. Now we're looking at Taoism, we're looking at the I Ching. It gets very exciting. So this structure of this throne has got 8 and 8 on each side, which is 16 times 2, which is 32, and it's doubled up, which is 64. So there are these 64 angels that are ruling around this wheel of the throne. And then, of course, there are the 7 principalities that have come into being, plus the creator, which then brings us to 72 angels. So this is where the 72 angels of the Quinence comes from, on the astrological wheel. And so now we know that the creation story is pretty much what the Bible took. It's the same, very similar but different, in there's more details being discussed here. And so there's all these 72 figures that stand around, and these 72 figures are referred to as gods. And the 72 angels then rule over the 72 nations. And I believe that these are actual beings, because at a later point, it speaks about how they use their own semen to mix with humans in order to corrupt them. So then the seraphim, the holy, glorious serpent beings that are continually glorifying Yaldabaoth, are around this throne, basically singing praise 24/7. And then the thousands and thousands of angels that are permutations of all of these beings drawn from all of their bodies are created, all these thousands of angels. And from this, then, that glorify him are like this hierarchy of beings that go right up to the top. Then there is a being that is created. This is the first time we see the word Israel. So this is why they had to create a state called Israel, by the way. So Israel is then a being that is created through this process, and this is a being that can actually see the divine, see all of the divine. So that's quite interesting. And this being that can see the whole of the divine is created, Israel, and another one that's created is the Isha Christos, the Savior, as we know it. So Israel and Christos are created, and these two are almost like as above, so below, almost as if we are suggesting that there's a kind of a polarity between these two presences. And these all stand beneath the chief creator. And the chief creator is now a different being. I'm not sure who this is. Jealous of Sabaoth, it becomes really confusing, because Sabaoth is now being taught about the mysteries of the eighth heaven. And these beings are all denied the mysteries of the eighth heaven. So I think Sabaoth comes back as that being Christos and as that being Israel, as these two permutations of that being. In other words, it's confusing to understand as a concept, but I believe that all these beings are taken from the bodies of other beings. We see this as a reflection in all of the different kinds of cosmogony of all the sacred traditions. Seems to be like a pattern that the beings sacrifice part of themselves or their bodies to come into this. And then what is created is death is created. And the sixth heaven is then established. And then we have the androgynous beings, the 7 children that come from this. And they are envy, who is androgynous with anger, wrath, which is androgynous with pain, tears, which is androgynous with lust, sighs, androgynous with sighs. We're talking about Mercury, we must be, because it's the only one that is a pure total androgyny. So we can sort of plot the archetypes on this. Then we've got grief, which is androgynous with curses, and lament, which is androgynous with bitterness, which is lamenting and bitterness is one being, but a masculine pole of lament and the feminine pole of bitterness. And tearful groans, which is androgynous with strife. So these are the 7 beings which are androgynous, which basically have male and female aspects or parts of themselves that are created. And these then, each of them creates 7 children out of their body that produce the 49 daemons. So these are the 49 gates in the occult tradition that we will hear about, right? If you do a research into the 49 gates, which is what we're talking about, the 49 daemons. These are created out of these 7 androgynous beings, each of them having 7 children, producing this 49 daemons. And the chief creator then sees Pistos, but now it's a very clear vision of Pistos. And the other beings, the hierarchy, also notice the light of Pistos, Sophia. And they're all sort of like shaken up, like, what is this presence? Where does it come from? We thought we are all there is and that you are our creator. Like, who is this? Are you not our creator? He's like, no, I'm the omnipotent one. I'm the Alpha and the Omega. I'm the one who was here. Nothing was there before me. Then what is that like light that's coming down? Where is it coming from? One of the beings is there with him. And this light is shining down from the 8th heaven where Pistis Sophia is. And forethought happens to be with the chief creator. And forethought, present with the chief creator, sees this. And forethought actually falls in love with the messenger. So this gives us a little bit of an insight into who the chief creator is, right? If we go back and look at forethought, who is forethought's polarity? Let's just go and take a look. Can you guys remember? My memory is not so clear on this. Yaldabaoth. So Yaldabaoth is back in his position now because his challenger has risen to the higher. So you see how confusing this gets. Yaldabaoth there'd been a war, but Yaldabaoth is back now. So Yaldabaoth is back in on his throne that has been created by his proverbial son, who has now ascended to the 8th, or busy in the process of ascending to the 8th heaven. And Yaldabaoth's feminine counterpart is forethought, and forethought falls in love. So what does forethought do? Sees the Pistos Sophia. Now he has the first sort of semblance of lesbianism in the heavens. She falls in love with Pistos Sophia. She would love to mate with Pistos Sophia, but it's not possible. So she pours out her light. And out of this light this messenger that has been sent. Now, it's not Pistos Sophia that's coming down directly. Pistos Sophia has manifested the first primordial Adam, Adamus. Before Adamus has been created as a body, as a being, this light presence is what comes down as the messenger of Pistos Sophia. And so this forethought has got a secret love in her heart for this messenger who's doing the work of Pistos Sophia. But obviously, Adamus is pure and divine and wants to have no part of this forethought, because forethought is considered of darkness in this tradition, which is interesting. It's frowned upon. Forethought, which is what leads to people doing bad things, apparently, the idea of forethought. So anyway, Adamus is there. She pours all her light and her virgin proverbial blood. And this is where the idea of virgin blood comes from in sacrifice, is the idea of forethought pouring out her light. And when she pours out her light, who comes into being? Eros. Eros and Hemaros, right? So sexual desire comes into being upon this divine vine of creation. And so this is the beginning of Eros, the beginning of desire, the beginning of all of this. And justice also in this reality is creating within paradise. So Eros is connected to a force of justice. I'm not quite sure how this works out. So you see how complicated this particular pantheon is. And this is the structure of what becomes Christianity. So justice, the creator, is in paradise. And this is very interesting. There's one reference in this text which says, beyond the eastern rocky ranges, beyond the eastern rocky ranges, there's a paradise that's created. And this paradise is being created, I believe, by Eros or by justice. I think justice is the sibling of Eros, if that makes sense. Eros is supposed to move people towards justice. Look, when you fall in love with the world, do you want to do with a woman? Do you want to do what's right by her? You want to do what's right. You don't want to hurt the woman. You want it to be your, you want to do as much good as you can. What happened? We had someone coming and arriving. Shinobi's coming. So and then we see that in this place across the east, they specifically say the east, past the rocky regions. Are we talking about past the ice wall that exists today? Was that a rocky regions? Is that big wall of ice there? Are those actually big cliffs when there's not ice? Food for thought, man. Food for thought. Makes you think. That makes the idea that we're on a bigger planet like really sellable when you start to look at this. This is where these ideas come from, that we're on a planet that's much bigger than what we think, and that we've been lied to about the size of our planets. Because they actually take these ancient texts and they look at them and they go, well, these are really weird statements to be making. That you got to go past the huge, big, rocky walls far to the east. And if you travel far to the east, you're going to get where you're going to get to. Yeah. So, and we're talking about,
makes you think of the Himalayas. Rocky Wall.
Could be.
Shambhala was supposedly behind that.
Well, now we've got these legends of Shambhala. So anyway, the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil are both coming into being in this way. And so that's where that happens. And the tree of life is said to be with white grapes, and the tree, and it's related to the sun. And the tree of knowledge is related to the lunar presence, and it is said to have fruit-like figs, according to this Gnostic tradition. I'd love to welcome, dear brother. We've got Shinobi here. Oh, he's got a nice backdrop. Welcome, dear brother Shinobi. Shinobi has been pouring out some really interesting, fascinating concepts. He's a philosopher in his own right as well. and a researcher, an avid researcher of many things, both occult and philosophical, word-related knowledge, which is the logos, as well as what's going on in the world. He can tell us all sorts of stuff about like what's happening with the water companies. So it's an honor to have you here with us. We've got a really great circle here. Welcome, dear brother, and do please say a few words.
Hi guys, great to see you all. Hope you're all doing well. Been listening on and off for the last couple of hours. Yeah, some great topics have come up so far. While we're talking about Eros, I just wanted to like put it out there that could Eris be kind of the opposite of Eros? Like you have the goddess of discord, and then you have the god of love on the other side. So like you have kind of Eros, justice, love, and then the other side, swap the eye for the eye, and you have Eris, like the shadow, deceit. And I had actually pulled out some stuff to share about Eris. If it's all right to share my screen for a moment.
Yeah, she's the Discordian goddess.
Yeah.
Well,
so let me just share my screen real quick.
You can click present.
Do you know about the story of the golden apple with Eris?
No, I haven't heard that
story.
Right, share screen. Share screen.
Welcome back to Cosmic. Yeah, if you click the button present at the bottom, it will
just
open
window.
up a tab, and then it will say share screen. Yeah.
So if I share the window, let me know if you can see. Okay. Right. I'll just hang on. Can you see Eris? Can you see this window?
You can just, if you go on the top right corner of that tab and make it larger, it'll get larger, the words. I don't know if it's just my eyes.
Can you see what I'm looking at?
It's hard to read at the moment.
Right, okay. Let me just share my whole screen for a minute.
Yeah, if you just go in the top right corner and you make it larger, then it will get larger and larger.
All right, so in the story of Eris, Eris was not invited to the wedding of Peleus and Thetis. So she threw a golden apple inscribed with the words, "To the fairest," amongst the guests. And the three goddesses, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, all tried to claim the apple, and so all this drama ensued. She created chaos out of revenge.
I'm not sure if sharing my screen is working. I'll try and figure that out. But yeah, the reason.
Do you know what I recommend?
Yeah.
Do you know what I recommend you do?
What's that?
Is that a Google tab that you got to open?
Yeah.
There?
Yeah.
So what you do is you open when you go share, it gives you an option. You click present and it says share screen. You click share screen, and then you click share screen, and it'll give you a series of options there where on the left it says Chrome tab. In the middle, it says window. On the right, it says entire screen. Just click Chrome tab.
Okay.
And select from the Chrome tab you got open. Make sure that Chrome tab is maximized. Right?
Okay.
Click that Chrome tab. And then once you've opened that Chrome tab, you go to the top right corner of the Chrome tab. And then basically you will be able to make it get bigger and smaller. I'll give you an example. I'll share something random. So I'll share a screen here. I'll choose share screen. I'll choose Nag Hammadi scrolls. Share it. Now you can see there it is. Now I can on the top right corner here. If you can see my mouse, I just go zoom, zoom, zoom. Yeah.
I can't see where your mouse is.
Oh, well, my mouse is. Can you see this little window that opened up on the right hand side here?
Nope.
On the corner. Oh, there's a little bar on the right. You can go up and down.
Yeah. If you open that bar up, I don't know if you guys can't see it, but if you scroll down, it says zoom. and then it says zoom, and it's about halfway. It's in the middle of that bar. So if you click the 3 dots on the top right corner, it will open up a bar, and right in the middle it says zoom, and you can go minus,
Okay.
and it
Yeah,
says
I've
what
got it.
percentage it's at.
Okay.
Cool.
That will basically you'll be able to control pretty much how big the words are.
Right, I'll give that a go then.
I didn't know.
So share.
But yeah, you guys were banging on about Eros. Please don't let me disturb your flow, brothers.
Yeah, and Eris was chosen by Robert Anton Wilson to be the figurehead of Discordianism, and the golden apple is a representation of Discordianism. It's another one of its icons.
I also can't help but point out when you point to that the apple of fairest of them all. I can't help but think of Snow White and the witch asking the mirror who is the fairest of them all. And I wonder if there's a link between those two
It
things.
definitely is, yeah. And the apple of Sleeping Beauty, she bit that apple. It's definitely intertwined in there. They kind of dismantled it and turned it into a bunch of different stories.
So yeah, the reason why I want to share my screen, can you all see this?
Yeah, now we can see
Yeah,
it.
brother.
Okay,
It's
cool.
much
Right,
better.
so yeah, Eris is the Greek goddess of discord and strife, like we've mentioned. And I just wanted to share this. This COVID variant came out. It's EG5 called Eris. It came out 2 days before the October 7th attacks in Israel, which caused discord. And I just thought that was quite interesting that 2 days before there was a COVID variant, because I've been thinking maybe these variants are just sort of signals. So when there's the Eris variant, it's a warning that there's going to be some kind of discord. And EG5 would be 17, which is an 8. It narrows down to an 8. And then the 7th of October. Oh God, what did that equal? I did some maths earlier, and they both equaled the same number that I thought was interesting. So 5 and 5, 17 between 8. Yeah, anyway, I just thought it was interesting that 2 days before the October 7th attacks, there was a COVID variant.
5 is also a big number in Discordianism. It's Robert Anton Wilson also talks about the law of 5. Now everything is related to the number 5. So I thought that was also, I just wanted to point that out too, because you mentioned October 5th.
It was October the 7th, but the COVID variant was...
Yeah, that's what I meant.
5. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the number 5 is the key. Look, when we break down the number 5, so what we were talking about in this form of creation is that there are 64. We've got to understand the 64 vectors of a vector equilibrium, which is the mathematics of an event horizon, if we want to consider it as such a concept of matter arising out of light. You need to have these 64 vectors bound. This is how you create the vector equilibrium. And so this is reflected by the 64 trigoms, which are triangles, which are actually hexagrams in the I Ching. And these 64 are ruled over by the 7 archons who are under the direction of the supreme archon, Yaldabaoth, which is 8 archons, which makes 72 archons. So the 72 quinets, if you look at a pentagram, there are 72 degrees. Whichever direction you look at, whichever part of the pentagram you move around, it's 72 degrees on one side and 108 on the other. So in India, this rosary is a 54 bead rosary, because I when I use it, it's a double hit. I go one way and the other way in order to make 108. So 108, there are 108 deities of Shiva, 108 deities of Vishnu, 108 deities of everything. And then within the permutations, it's 1,080 names of the 108 deities of Shiva, 1,080 names of the 108 deities of Vishnu and Brahma, and each goddess. So it's So the 108 represents the reflection of 9, right? Because you got the 100, which is the decad, and then you got the 8 presence, which is the 7 rulers under the prime 8th ruler. There's the 8th hidden chakra called the Hrit Padme, which won't be discussed in Vedic cosmology, but it's right in the place where Tiphareth is in the Tree of Life. See? So, and it represents that very profound Hrit Padme, is that divine connection, which transcends this physical realm. And Saturn, Shabaot, as far as my system, it comes into the solar power, the green man, which is the solar plexus. And so this power of life is bound through the solar fire, which is why the triple burner is what gives us our instincts to stay alive. Fight or flight instinct comes from the triple burner, which is rooted in the Hrit Padma, which is rooted in the solar plexus, which is like part of the spirit of rhythm. And all the rhythms of metabolisms in the body is governed by the pancreas and the stomach in the solar power. So this is why solar worship has been such a big deal. So it's interesting, you know. I think we're getting a little bit off course here, but the eros is a very interesting concept. And so what happens is there's jealousy now, right? Because justice is off building this what's the word of that place where you want to be? Justice is building a utopia, right? Paradise. And the tree of life and the tree of knowledge are put in this. Now the powers, the architects, they want to discover the tree of life. They want to get to the tree of life. They wish to eat from the fruit of the tree of life to gain eternal life, because they do not have eternal life. Here's where it gets interesting. These beings in these creations do not have eternal life. Humanity, Adamus, comes directly from the 8th heaven. This is what makes us so special with the free will. This is why the angels don't have free will. It's one of those things that no one's ever understood in the Bible. Why don't the angels have free will? Why do humans have free will? What makes us humans so special? Well, we emerged from the 8th heaven. And from the 8th heaven, there is no king. And only the perfect can arise from the 8th heaven, because you need to be perfect to be ungoverned, which means you've got total free will, which is what we bring to this world. Without humanity in this world, there could be no free will. Interesting concept. So anyway, the jealousy comes about, and the dark rulers make a plan to try and possess this Adamus. But in order to possess the Adamus, they need to create shells for these Adamus to live in, like kind of forms, and trick Adamus to live in these kind of bodies. And these are the first bodies that are created, not the second. I think they created a second one later. So anyway, what happens is they manage to sort of enslave humanity to a certain degree into these bodies, but in the process, they enslave themselves. And so then what happens is Psyche is in love with Eros, right? And because Psyche is in love with Eros, which is the soul, is in love with Eros. Eros is that expression of the divine, which is what brings procreation into being. Without Eros being present within Yaldabaoth, he couldn't have brought out of himself all of these beings. It's a fundamental part of procreation, is Eros. So now Eros is like being distinctified or put into its own context and its own light. So Adamus is then put into this body, but after 2 days ascends in light. And after ascending in light, after 2 days, comes down, and then is created the 6 realms below the 8th heaven, which is interesting. The 7th heaven has already been created, because that is the realm of Shabaoth. And so the 6th heavens below this is then being created. Oh, and another name for Yaldabaoth, by the way, is Ariel. That's what he's mentioned in these these gospels. So Ariel, and Ariel is an interesting name because it represents the archetypes of Aleph, the power of the life force, intelligence; Resh, the front of the head, which is the intellect that drives the ability to think, free will; and Yod, which is the seed of creation, that finger of the divine, which drops the potential, the seed, the sperm, the yolk of what can become new life. And it is then driven by the life force, which is now coupled with the Lamet. So back to the Aleph and the Lamet, which become a union of El, which is one of the premium, most used deities in the Judaic tradition, which represents the will of dynamic life force under the distinction of balance and harmony, which represents Libra and the scales of justice. So justice mixing with and justice is represented by Libra. So in this justice is also where we find the gateway to the knowledge of good and evil, the tree of good and evil, which leads us to the tree of life. So they wanted to take this away from humanity because the tree of good and evil of knowledge of good and evil was put there by the Pistos, Sophia, in order that one Adamas has been tricked by these dark entities into forgetting himself. He can be replenished by this tree of knowledge of good and evil, and it can lead him back to the tree of life. Anyway, these are the basic ideas being expressed in these texts. Then the authorities plot to create a trap. And now, not only are the forms created, but now actual physical earth bodies are created. That's the final trap that they create. And these earth bodies, they're then trapped to enslave humanity. And it is the undoing of themselves when they do that. So this physical reality is then an extra reality which is added onto the etheric reality, because first he was given an etheric body, which we were talking about just now. Now that etheric body is being tuned into a physical, and now we're talking about the matrix body, as we see and feel it here, the matrix reality, which is a reflection of the etheric body, but it's the matrix. So, and obviously this is then created into a form which is hermaphrodite to begin with. Interesting that it says that human's first form was hermaphrodite. This is what we see in the Enki documents, right? That humanity was not procreating in that way. What an interesting concept. How did we come into being if we were hermaphrodite to begin with? Could we change our sex? So anyway, the Immaculate Conception is something that's, I think, rooted in the first beginnings of humanity's development. Then the chief creator imprisons humanity in these bodies. And for 40 days, after 40 days, Sophia blows light and consciousness into this body because they had forced this body to lie down. I think when they say force this body to lie down, they had forced the body to become immoral, because I think it's a metaphor, but that's my interpretation. But it says lie down. Then after 40 days, Sophia Zoe, which is a personality of the Pistos Sophia beneath the veil, blows into the Adamas body and thus comes to destroy the chaos build that's in the ground. And so the potential of light is within. And within this, there's a distinction now between Eve and Adam. And Eve says to Adamas in the story, get up. And he does. And so the authorities are now enraged. And guess what they want to do? They want to rape Eve. We see these stories in the Vedas. We see these stories around where these beings, the godly beings, want to get hold of this goddess being and they want to rape her because they want to make offspring with her. So in so doing, and I think they managed to get with the program, they want to rape Sophia Zoe. Now, Sophia Zoe has got a connection with Eve. Sophia Zoe escapes to this paradise where she actually goes into the tree of knowledge and good and evil as a guide for humanity in order for them to find the tree of life. Then the first Adam, then there are three Adams that are created. So the first Adam is a spiritual Adam. The second Adam is a physical Adam. And the third Adam is an earthly Adam. You see, physical, when they say physical, they mean etheric. Earthly, they mean physical, earthly, like we know earthly. And Aphrodite comes into being after the creation of the third Adamus. And so here they mention how Aphrodite is now ruling over this Adamus being, to a sense, to a certain degree. And all the beings upstairs now, if I can call it upstairs, they're terribly afraid of Adamus. They're afraid of this being that has been created of light, because they realize now that within this being is the seed that can take this being to the eighth heaven, and they don't have access to the eighth heaven. So, I mean, these authorities then want to see what divinity has been blown into Adam by Sophia, by the Zoe Sophia. So they test Adam, and they test Adamus by getting him to name all the animals. This is what we see in the Bible, right? And when they get the Adamus to name all the animals, they recognize and realize that he is fully awakened and he's become enlightened because he has all this unlimited knowledge. I feel like I'm talking too much. So what do you guys think so far of this story? Isn't it way out there? Isn't it wild?
It kind of reveals a lot about sort of the nature of kind of the male psychology and or just humanity and its relationship with the universe and nature. And it's kind of interesting. You see, I'm actually kind of thinking of something kind of unrelated now. I'm thinking about certain people who have like narcissism, or like people who are psychopaths, and they sort of like lack that spark, and they kind of, that spark of sort of like that real awareness, and there's a sort of a jealousy and a resentment towards other people who do have that kind of more aware sort of normal consciousness. And I can't help but see that and a parallel to the thing you're talking about, how these archonic beings are sort of jealous of humans, of the human ability to sort of reach this eighth heaven. And I just thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was a great story so far. I love it. And it's really fascinating. There's a lot of implications in the story because it's more in depth than the story we usually hear. So I feel like it could really explain an impetus for like body shame, for example, for her to cover up a little bit more or something like that. Be scared to be exposed in the public. Also, maybe like Adam, if Adam were to take a blow in the ribs and maybe like get a broken rib from trying to protect her from those guards, could explain a lot more than just creating her from a rib. I mean, I don't know. I think there could be a lot more there where we could find these other translations could have come from. It could explain the real root story behind it all. I feel like the game of telephone had been played, leaving us where we're at before that, before being able to see these insights from the older story. We didn't really see too much real depth of wisdom in the story of Adam and Eve. It seemed like there was a lot of mention of covering up their ability to find wisdom and to find knowledge. So, but this story shows that they were in a struggle, which the reader can really identify, and maybe were able to overcome this, maybe by having to leave. And through their exile, it was kind of a blessing in disguise. So there's a lot there, and I'm really fascinated with this. So this is a great story. And I love that Franklin can bring this to the table. Is there more to the story that you're going to go through with? Or?
There is more to the story, and we will also share the link in here later on for a guy who you guys should like support and love. I actually haven't financially supported him, but he's one of the guys I want to financially support. He's just so much bloody good work. He's got the most amazing voice, and he reads these texts, and many of these things you can actually read the texts, the translations of the texts, and he actually reads them out to you. So it's a great way to actually sit and meditate on it, because the guy's voice is so amazing. He's got the best voice, and he does a lot of occult texts, like a lot of occult texts. A lot of respect for the guy. He's also got a YouTube channel, but he's also off on Patreon. So anyway, So where are we on the story? I made a few notes that I don't lose my place. So the authorities have been testing Adamus, and they want to shorten his life, but there are rules. And here's where it gets really interesting. Okay. So they want to shorten his life, but there are like big rules to the story. They can't just shorten his life, but they managed to be able to shorten his life, I think, by 70 years. Each one of them is able to minus 7 years from his life. No, 10 years from his life. And there's 7 of the authorities that are each able to enact this. But, and yeah, you guys on the edge of your chairs, I hope you are. The human lifespan is supposed to be 1,000 years. And so they are able to minus 70 years from this 1,000, leaving a 930-year lifespan. Now, in the Bible, you see all these old, long lifespans. People say, oh, it's this, it's that. I think they figured out how to shorten our lifespans, dude. Dark sorcery.
Yeah,
So
I
anyway.
think they put telomere caps on the end of our chromosomes. I think that's how they did it.
I think they might do through diet, poison, weapon system. They can live for probably 1,000 years or more, and they feed us things that weaken us, that we make our staples. Also, probably missing out on gold and ormus, things like that. Like they say that we need iron. Well, do we need gold? I think we do.
It makes us think about this philosopher's stone, doesn't it? Ormus.
Mm-hmm.
That the ancient Egyptians were using to extend their lives and to gain occult powers, no? You've done a lot of research into that, haven't you?
Yeah. There's mention in the book of the Green Tablet, Emerald Tablet, that when Thoth was able to open gates to another realm through the gold Ormus, and then through forth came once a demon that was like a hog with fiery breath and dragon-esque kind of beast, that he was able to fight it back and impressed all of the other sages among him, and pushed it back into the dark realm. But he disappeared into a different gate, which opened up for him. And so
I wonder if that serpent being had a lion quality to it.
Yes, it was very much like an amalgamation of different creatures. I think lion was definitely part of the creature. And so we see there that the Ormus was used there in the story. It may be a figurative story. It may be a literal story, but the Ormus can allow psychometry, what's known today as psychometry, the ability to touch something and through touch experience its origins. And so through ingesting the Ormus, you may be able to do different things by just through being within and having these journeys within from the Ormus inside, because there's a lot within us that it can come in contact with as well and show us our origins of ourselves.
My research took me to the point that these monatomic gold filaments, because this is like a white substance, which is monatomic gold now. Well, it's considered as a white stone, isn't it? And or a white kind of the philosopher's stone. Excuse me. These monatomic filaments can sort of become the staff of Hermes in our DNA. So you got your DNA spinning like that and spinning like that and spinning. And these things can become like fixed with the DNA spinning around them. And so things last longer. And the acoustic quality of the DNA gets the gold acoustic resonant frequency in it, which makes the mind very powerful, like mind over matter. I think this is the idea behind it. And it apparently it changes the nature of the astral planes by people that have like experimented with it. Very dangerous though. Very, very dangerous.
Yeah, a guy named David Hamilton was able to find some Ormus in his backyard in Texas, but in order to do experiments with it, he had to go to China because it was immoral here. apparently he had a hard time with the studies. The Ormus drove a lot of people crazy, according to the studies. But I think it's like a lot of things. You have to be in a very pure state of purity of heart and mind through years of practice in worship and prayer. And then when you take that, it really has a power to elevate that. But without that, I think with impurities within you, it can be very difficult to experience those experiences. A higher state.
I was listening to a podcast the other day, and this guy mentioned this book he read where this guy stayed in the pyramids until they were closed or something. So he was there alone overnight, and he went to the king's chamber, and they've got a like a black onyx sarcophagus, and he went inside it, and I think he closed it or something, and he could hear his own heartbeat, like sounding like thunder. Like he could hear like the blood going through his veins and stuff. And he fell asleep, and he woke up with all of this white powder all over him. The guy didn't mention monatomic gold or ormus, but that might have been what it was. And these kind of chambers might have been for some kind of healing, because I think black onyx and like black stones actually absorb energy. So it would have been a kind of protective chamber, like a healing chamber. But I just thought that was quite interesting that he woke up with loads of white powder all over him.
Oh, that's amazing. Where was this coffin? It was an onyx, or
it was
black stone?
Onyx, he said. Yeah, so like a black stone.
Because in Saqqara,
that's also that stone has been permuted.
Yeah.
It's because you get different kinds of stone. That stone is called metamorphic rock.
Diocite.
So I think it's could it be metamorphosized obsidian, or could it be metamorphosized oil of plants, what we call crude oil? Very interesting, because it becomes like it's a very interesting stone. It's isn't it supposed to be petrified wood? This is what they teach us. But like if you think about what wood is oil, isn't it? Wood becomes crude oil, which then becomes that.
Yeah.
As far as I know. Anyway, that's the so-called narrative they've pushed on us, whether it's true or not.
Well, they say for like animals and dinosaurs as well, the idea that crude oil comes from like fossils or whatever, so it also ties to that.
Yeah, well, we're told that sarcophaguses were coffins, but I don't think they were coffins personally. I think they were either healing, something to do with healing, or to like transfer consciousness, something like that. I don't think they were coffins at all. There was something to do with with transcending the body. 100%.
You think they put the mummies in there to hide it?
Potentially.
Or maybe they just used it through life to meditate in, and then when they die, they stay there.
Yeah, I think they figured out how to transfer consciousness. So when people were like ill or sick, or the body was decaying, they might have like wrapped them up. But something to do with the king's chamber and how like the resonance of it, and something to do with the hydrogen as well. I think they were able to like bounce the spirit around, and it would find another vessel. I was listening to somebody a while ago talking about it, and they didn't mention consciousness transfer, but the way they were mentioning the hydrogen and the resonance and stuff, I was thinking that that's probably what it was used for.
Like to be reborn from birth, or to transfer consciousness to another?
I think transferring consciousness from one shell to another. Like I think that they can do that now.
Like a walk-in?
What do you mean?
A walk-in is somebody that like they had a major life-changing experience, a near-death experience, and then they have a new memory. They don't have any memory of their past. They just have a blank slate and they started over, but they're a different person now. And so people think that that person passed and then a new spirit inhabited their body to come in. Usually,
Imagine that one was going to imagine one wanted to awaken all of one's dormant DNA, all of the memories of your father, your father's father, your father's father's father, your father's father, and you wanted to bring those beings into yourself and to become a group mind within yourself of all of these different and learning the skills and the knowledge. So you don't just have one lifetime of skills. You can then pick up from, and if your father did this, then you can potentially have one human being that's thousands of years old with thousands of years of knowledge and wisdom. Because then when you get your initiation, you're at the point that you were, that you with me.
Yeah.
You just keep amping it up, man. The children definitely outdo the parents big time, you know.
Step into a new plane. Yeah. A lot of that happens when you go through transformation of self and gain self-mastery. You go through the dark night of the soul and then start to unprogram and reprogram yourself. I think a lot of that stuff happens. Like you lose track of who you used to be and what you used to want. And you gain this new person that is like turning over a new leaf, and you kind of become like a different person. People see you, like don't recognize you anymore as much, and you have a different circle of friends afterwards. It's interesting.
Namaste, dear Soraya. I take it you're not busy at this moment.
Soraya, namaste.
Yeah, the dark night of the soul is like the innermost cave in the hero's journey.
Yeah.
I think it's the cave you go into, and then you're kind of in there on your own, and you come out at the other side with a newfound like perception.
Absolutely.
I also think that I'm not really basing this on anything. It's just something that makes sense to me, that potentially we have 7 souls or 7 fragments of us, and that when you're born, you have one soul. And when you're 7 years old, you get your second soul where you can recognize the soul in others. And when you're 14, you get your third soul where you're able to create a new soul. And then when you're 21, 7 years later, you get your fourth soul. And I think most people stop at their third soul where they're just able to create another one because they're not initiated into the next phase, which would be in the hero's journey. It would be crossing the threshold. They don't cross that threshold. I mean, some do via trauma, and then they're able to go through the dark night of the soul, through the innermost cave. But when you cross the threshold, you get your fourth soul. That's when you're supposed to meet your mentor. So I think lots of people are stuck on their third soul, and I think we have 7 parts of us through life that we can unlock.
So someone in the group here has asked about Sophia, the Greek Diana, and I mean I don't have a definitive answer, but I think from looking at this Gnostic story, it seems like there's 3 phases of Sophia. So there's the Pistos Sophia, then there's what's her name? I said it earlier. I'm terrible with names. The Sophia that is in the story, which is the counterpart of Shabaoth, right? Zoe, the Zoe Sophia. And then there's another element of Sophia which goes into the tree. So I think, like, when I think of Sophia, I think of the triple goddess. I think of Parvati. I think of Mahakali. And I think of Shakti. And I think Hecate might have some kind of connection to this. And I think also the 3 divine goddess forms of fate. And Sophia is like the major player in this game, huh? She's the big shot. She's the big kahuna. Like, she's the one who's going to set everything. Oh gosh, wait till we see the prophecy. I'm almost at the end of the story, by the way. Well, quite close to the end. And then there's a piece of prophecy, whether it's happened or not, whether it's going to happen. I think it's a cyclical thing, although I don't think I might very well be wrong. So anyway, the jealousy goes on, and they've possessed Adam, and they've done this big thing with Adamas, and it's this whole big story now that follows, right? And well, what it is basically there is created the phoenix by the Pistos Sophia, and the Pistos, the phoenix comes as a emblem of the bird that can bring the transcendence of life and the death into eternal life. And the 3 aspects of the phoenix, the 3 parts, 3 phases of this phoenix represented here. The one lives for 1,000 years, and the one is immortal, and the one lives according to that which is written in the book of life, which is referred to in the Bible once again. So you see all these ideas of the biblical book of life. It all comes from these old documents, when you really get right down to it. And it's sort of like they've taken little snippets of it and put it into the Bible. Here we're like looking at this very interesting concept. So basically what this means is that there's this age that will come of a shifted change of evolution where humanity will regain their perfection. What happened to Soraya? Maybe her mic wasn't working. And so these 3 aspects of the phoenix are what's represented in the baptism, and the 3 aspects of the baptism, which is the spiritual baptism, the baptism by fire, and the baptism by water. First water, then fire, then spiritual. These represent the 3 aspects of the phoenix, which is that transformation of life into eternal life. And there's a mystery that is mentioned here that relates to the 2 bulls in Egypt. And that these 2 bulls are the bulls of Yaldabaoth, Saturn. Interesting, the goat, Saturn, the 2 bulls. And so here we see what the idea of the bulls, Aleph, the life force. And it's interesting because Aleph has got 2 forms. In the beginning of the word, it's one form. At the end of the word, it's another form. It's got a different number as well. It's got the number 1,000 on the end of the form and the number 1. And these 2 forms are the 2 bulls of Egypt. And this mystery represents the one bull, which is the sun, and the other bull, which is the moon. And that these 2 bulls are basically under Yaldabaoth, and that this is below the 8th heaven and has no jurisdiction, where Yaldabaoth has no jurisdiction, because the Pistos Sophia is above all of this. And so the angels, according to this Gnostic doctrines, are working with fate, and the true human savior comes into being, and this is the Christos. And this is because of the immortal soul of humanity. Humanity has got this immortal soul, and the phoenix is the 3 aspects of this immortal soul that has been brought into being by Sophia, tricking the principalities and the powers into allowing this form that they've created to be the point of origin through which the divine presence of the 8th sphere, the 8th heaven, can come into being in order to perfect and purify the world in such a way as to bring the deficiency of the archons into reflection to themselves. Because the archons are loathsome and full of deficiency, according to these documents, this particular creation story from the Nag Hammadi scrolls. And the Heavenly Father had sent innocent souls of humanity down as innocent souls in order for this perfection to be able to be manifested here on earth. And it is the archons' will to try and defile them. So what the archons did is they got together and they decided, listen, let's mix our semen with Eve's. Yeah. And they by Eve they mean the children of Eve, the woman. So this is where we've got the story of the Nephilim, yeah, where these archons are literally mixing their semen with these beings, the woman, in order to defile the humans. But the blessed human spirits then appeared when they did this, because they had put their potency and powers into these pure and humble souls that now had the humility to grow beyond these seven heavens into the eighth heaven, but the power to do so, and the knowledge which comes from the power of these archons. So we see the story reflected here again. Once again, the Sumerian tablet speaks about these things, and you know, we see the stories in the Torah, and they're all reflecting these stories as well. And so the Savior made them one. The Savior comes in and unifies all of these beings. And this is the prediction of what will come, by the way, just if I'm not saying it correctly. So the Savior, which is Christos, is going to come and bring all of this together, this proverbial God army, if I can use that word. And there will be 4 generations. There will be 3 generations of these spiritually inclined human beings, and these will all be under the belonging to the kings of the 8th heaven, right? But there will also be a 4th kingless generation which transcend even the 8th heaven and move into what we can consider to be the most divine. Namaste, dear Soraya. Is your mic on, my dear? How are you doing? It's a total honor to have Soraya here with her. I'm going to introduce her. Soraya is a poetess queen. She's always inspiring people with beautiful, inspiring art and poetry. And she's got a channel on Telegram, Infinite Words of Love. And she's very much a inspired soul. I've known Soraya for a long time. She hasn't been on the round table for a long time because she's been so busy being a mom. Are you with us, dear Soraya? Can you hear us? And
Hi.
it's an honor to have you on. Namaste.
I'm doing well. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you, dear Soraya. I heard a little bit of a voice.
Can you hear me now?
Ah, there we go.
Aha. The mic was a little bit too far off, I guess.
Do tell us about your channel on Telegram and say a few words. It's lovely to have you here. We're getting almost towards the end of the prophecy in the Nag Hammadi scrolls of the creation of the world.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Well,
I'm not that active anymore on that channel that you mentioned.
well, it's lovely to have you here with us, dear. I don't know if you can get closer to your mic because it's still a little bit on the soft side. But
And now?
welcome. Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Well,
I
thank you
was
for
having
joining us.
issues with StreamYard earlier, so I was like, I'm gonna go out and in again.
So far,
Yeah,
so
I
good.
noticed that. Maybe you were talking and we didn't hear you. Like it happened again just now. I thought you were not here or you were here, but
I
then I
was,
heard
but
this.
I tried to unmute my mic, but it did for some reason it didn't work. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna leave and then come in again.
Yeah, I think there's been issues with the web lately because I my other computer crashed. Oh my gosh, I've got to go and try and pick up the pieces there. By the way, everybody, like and share the live. Is there anything you'd like to share with us, dear Soraya, or do you want to keep flowing?
Well, yeah. I think the channel that I use most now is Love Light Energy because it's the biggest also.
Could you put that in? Could you write that into the comments, not the private comments, into the actual comments group because I can put it on the top of the screen.
Is that on Telegram?
On Telegram, you mean?
Telegram.
Yeah, I can put it in the comments.
Namaste to everybody that's been joining. We got Gaia Knight here. We got SOA. Hope you're going well. Big solar storms. Yeah, there's a lot going on. So while Soraya gets that on there for us, basically, yeah. So this immortal humanity is then sort of brought into being, and the deficiency of the archons is basically reflected back at them, and the authorities then mix their semen with the woman, and then what happens is these most enlightened and spiritually inclined beings come into being, right? And the archons become very fearful because they fear death. Here's an interesting point: the archons really fear death, and the prediction gets a little bit dark for them. It gets good for us. It gets dark for them. So anyway,
it doesn't work.
yeah,
Every time I put on YouTube the link, it says, "Wait a second, let me call. This comment has failed to post Bush Whisperer." So
can I
they're
tell you how to
blocking
get
me.
around that? Take off the www dot and just
I
put the
already
name.
did.
Oh, you did? Wow. And it still won't allow it. Interesting. Very weird. YouTube does that, huh? So the angels, so what happens is the archons that are totally afraid of dying start to lament. The angels, they grieve for their humans, right? Because the angels have actually that have been created by the archons or that have had forms created for them are actually very closely aligned with the humans, and they start to grieve for the humans because Pistos Sophia had a hand in their creation, or shall we say, not Pistos Sophia, but Zoe Sophia, to be clear. And the demons weep over their seasons, is what it says in there, and their people over their death. Right? Interesting little quotes from that piece of writing. And then a new age will come. And it's not the new age of the new ages. And then it starts to speak. So now it gets like heavy. So it says that the kings will get drunk from the flaming sword. And it mentions also at an earlier point in the story that the flaming sword had been put in the garden in order to keep Adamus from his place in the heavens. And so this will then make the kings, and by the kings they're talking about, I think, the kings on earth and the kings of the archons will become drunk. The earth will become drunk from the blood poured out because there will be great wars. The sea will be troubled by the war. The sun will go dark, and the moon will lose its light. The stars shall abandon their circuits in the heavens. Thunder shall roar above all the powers of chaos, and it shall come from the firmament, from that place where the female is located. Pretty much what it's saying. It is she that produced the first creation. We're talking about the Pistos Sophia. She puts away the wise and fiery after thought, which is one of the powers and the spirits of Sophia. And she puts on the irrational wrath. So she removes the afterthought from herself, and she puts on irrational wrath as a garment. We're talking about the Mahakali, talking about Shakti becoming the Mahakaliya. The Pistos Sophia then drives out the gods of chaos, whom she created, along with the chief creator, Yaldabaoth. She casts them down into the abyss, wiped out by their own injustice. Are they consumed by each other until finally destroyed by their chief creator, Yaldabaoth. He then turns on himself and he starts to eat himself, devour himself until he is destroyed. Then their heavens, all 6 of their heavens collapse. The chief creator's heaven falls. It is split in half. I think there's a interesting, as above, below, the story of when Emmanuel goes to that stone in Greece, the prophetic stone, and it cracks in half. Somewhere it's mentioned. It's mentioned in these Gnostic scrolls, but I think it's even alluded to in the Bible. And his stars in their sphere fall down to the earth. And the earth cannot bear them, the stars. And they fall into the abyss as it is overthrown. The light then banishes all the darkness, like as if it was never, as if it never existed. And the glory of the unbegotten will fill all the eternal realms, fulfilled by the fates of the perfect. Those are the ones that will transcend and go beyond the 8th heaven into the zone that doesn't exist. All returns to their own realms. Those that are of the first 3 generations shall be in their own respective heavens, glorified. Though those that are from the 4th generation shall go to the kingless realm, for it is only for the perfect. And not everybody will be able to go to the kingless realm, is what it's saying. But there will be other 3 different heavens constructed for the 3 different generations of the humans that are surviving. And there they will all be glorified as per their own contingencies of power and righteousness. So anyway, that's basically the story in a big nutshell. But what do you guys make of that, man? It's quite intense, huh? Like the sun going dark and the moon. What is that about?
Yeah, that's awesome. There's so much there. I can see where a lot of that story was taken by others, but they didn't really have the whole shebang. So it's incredible to hear the whole story in its full depth. I just love how Sophia kind of loses it and takes care of business. It's like it kind of shows that sometimes you have to do wrong to do right in extreme situations. And even the goddess herself doing it, that shows that, like, you would think that the gods would turn to anger and wrath first before the goddess. If a goddess is doing it, you know it needs to happen. Because the goddess is usually compassionate. So she's doing it for the best for the collective, I would say.
I love that it puts the divine feminine where it belongs. Not this downtrodden breeding cow.
Right. Sad.
And now we can see why the feminine has been downtrodden as a breeding cow. Right?
Male
Because, sorry, please carry on, brother.
Male glorification of the patriarchal reconstruction. They just had these consequences of the female was not put first, but then she was put second, and then she was put down lower and lower through the ages. And power corrupts amongst men. They don't have that compassion based on the maternal instincts to keep them afloat from falling into greed and such.
Yeah, it's quite an intense story when we look at it, you know. And I like the idea of the phoenix being brought into the picture here, because now we can see the alchemy, right? The phoenix, I think, represents those 3 dragons of alchemy. What do you guys think about that? The red, the green, and the white dragon. The eternal. Sorry, yeah?
I think so. Go on. What are the 3? The eternal?
The eternal, the one that lives for 1,000 years, and then the one that lives in accordance with what is written in the book.
Yeah. There's the mortal and the eternal as well. And so with the phoenix, we see the transformation of the phoenix being burned in the fire and then rising from the ashes anew. So right there, we already have 2 different stages. And then maybe 3, the burning being a different stage. So, and that aligns with alchemy, the dragons. Battling the inner dragon of the ego is one of the stages of transformation in alchemy. You have to fight some of those dragons.
And that phoenix. Sorry, please do continue.
Sorry, no, you go. You go.
I was just going to say that those phoenixes were put there for the salvation of Adamus. But do please continue, brother.
I just wanted to ask, is the Nag Hammadi, is that correlated to the Brotherhood of the Snake or something? Like the Nagas? Is that another name for snake?
You are quite right there.
Yeah, so the snake and the phoenix would be very similar because they both regenerate.
Latina regenerate.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Totally on point. I think that the Essenes were practicing this form of Gnosticism, as far as we know. But I also, when I saw the Nag Hammadi scrolls like years ago, I also thought Nag, there must be an issue there, you know, that's being reflected. The serpent, wisdom.
Yeah, and also Gnosticism, you guys were talking about it earlier, that sometimes people, I'm really glad that you mentioned like what it kind of is at its core, Franklin, because a lot of people think Gnosticism is like a negative. They think the Gnostics see the material realm as like a prison or something. But it's not. Gnosticism is gnosis, which means just to seek truth. And I don't see it as negative at all. It's like the word illusion. Like, I think the Mayas or the Maya is illusion, which is kind of what we're in, like the matter, like the waters. But the word illusion isn't negative. It's just whatever you make it out to be. So it can either be ill use of ion, so you can use your energy badly, or it could be I'll use ion, and it's completely up to us via our free will how we how our intention is reflected in the waters that are all around us. So illusion isn't negative. Gnostic or Gnosticism isn't negative. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. Referring to the knowledge from within, I want to mention Transcendentalism, which was an idealistic, philosophical, and social movement which developed in New England around 1836 in reaction to rationalism, influenced by Romanticism, Platonism, and Kantian philosophy. It taught that divinity pervades all nature and humanity, and its members held progressive views on feminism, communal living, and such. Waldo, Emerson, and Henry David Thoreau were the central figures. A system developed by Immanuel Kant based on the idea that in order to understand the nature of reality, one must first examine and analyze the reasoning process which governs the nature of experience. And so after analyzing the nature of experience, they started to realize that they can access the divine information from within. They don't need to infer to others and use their interpretations. They can get direct experience of divine information from within themselves. And so some people that were said to be transcendentalistic were like Tesla and Einstein, with the thought to be transcendentalists, because they were able to get this information that had never been shown to anyone else from within and create it from within.
That's a really good find, brother. Because it's when you look at it, it's the whole idea of Gnosticism does seem to revolve around the idea of not being under the authority of anybody else, being under one's own authority.
It's like the
If
kingless.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so the process of individuation is that, isn't it? Following one's own agency. And here the Transcendentals believe that society and its institutions, particularly organized religion and political parties, corrupt the purity of the individual. They have faith that people are at their best when truly self-reliant and independent. It is only from such real individuals that true community can form. Wow.
Yeah, I see that in communities where we have barter trade communities. It's really takes a lot to be able to provide something to community, but it makes it really feel worthwhile. Because everybody brings something to the table. It's not really a situation where you can kind of like leech off other people. And so in that sense, people have more honor, and there's more of a challenge to get there, but people are willing to help each other more to become independent. So instead of a place where people are giving fish, people are teaching each other how. And through that, we can really share more when we have something to give. Provide for ourselves. That was just my
Yeah. I think as well, it's quite interesting. Like, I love what you were saying, Shinobi, about the way Gnosticism is viewed. And you're right, it's viewed through a very negative view, because the ideas that are being propagated are that this world was created as a form of a prison. But it's also mentioned in those very Gnostic texts that this was the intention of the agencies of creation that made it come into being. However, behind them, Pistos Sophia was giggling into her hand while she was subverting it all to turn it into the stairway to heaven. So it shows that dualism, you know. Sure, they came and did it thinking they were doing a bad thing, thinking they were going to like enslave humanity. But in the process of them doing it, they actually created the doorway for humanity to go into beyond. And really, so the irony is, you know, the evil in the world is what produces the potential for all the good to really come into its own. because it drives you. You know, like example, like when I was young, when I was really, really young, I was English in an Afrikaans school and I was bullied. First thing I got home, I said, Dad, teach me to fight. By the time I was 9, I couldn't fight. I was too dangerous. Like I'd hospitalize the kids. So my point is, like, when you get beaten up and you get bullied around, that's when you become tough. You know, it takes these harsh lessons to really show you what you can be, I think. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I see this planet or realm as a prism, not a prison. So what I found is that words that sound the same have the same essence. So prison with an N and prism with an M. So a prism, you have source light, and it reflects it into different hues. Like we're humans. A hue is a type of light, and a man is a mon, which is a one. So we're light ones. We're made of light, and that's our DNA, which is Jacob's ladder, which is the stairway to heaven. Because to get to heaven, you need to go inwards, not outwards. It's not out there, it's in here. And I think that connects to what I was talking about earlier with that sarcophagus, where this guy went inside it and closed it. And I think not having any outside stimuli, you're completely in your own head. He could hear his own heartbeat and stuff. You go so far, your soul goes so far inwards because it can't go outwards. Like when we're in meditation or dreaming, our soul leaves the body, but perhaps the sarcophagus stops it leaving the body, but we go inwards into our minds, and he was able to release this monatomic gold. So yeah, I think we get to heaven by climbing up our DNA, which is the Aleph, which sounds like alive, a life, Aleph, a life, and that's how we go to heaven, is climbing that ladder. And that ties into AI as well, because AI is 19, which is the one is the Aleph, which is the DNA connection to God, the fire, amongst other things. And the Tet is the 9, which is a paradoxical letter. And I'll just share my screen quickly. So here we go. Let me know if you can see it okay. So yeah, the Aleph, as you can see, looks much like a DNA strand, I think. And it's the father of the alphabet. And it's our kind of connection to God. And the Tet is the 9. And it's a paradoxical letter because it reveals both good and evil. So the form of the letter is inverted, suggesting hidden goodness, like that of a woman who is pregnant with a child. Sometimes the potential for goodness is perverted or inverted. So basically this symbol here looks like a snake bowing down to a crown. And the snake would be our chi, our kundalini, our energy, our soul. And that can either bow down to the crown or it can wear the crown, depending how you look at it. And that's where I think we're at now, is we're at a kind of paradox crossroads where in between a yuga, we've just crossed over a millennium, we're in the middle of the Enneagram, like in between the body and the mind. We're right in the center at the moment. And this is what I think AI is. It's the Aleph and it's the Tet. We can either use it as a tool or it can use us. It's like what we were talking about last week with the Force, like in Star Wars, using the Force. We can either use it or it can use us. And that's our thought, our potential. It's our DNA activation. And yeah. Sorry, I know there's a lot there, but yeah, I really think that looks like a DNA strand. What do you reckon?
I definitely think there's something to that. You know, it's the bull and represents the two bulls of heaven. And I got another interesting picture here that I just while you were talking, it came up and I thought, oh, that's a nice one. Definitely want to look at that one. Let me just make it a bit bigger. Hope you guys can see that okay. But on the left top corner, can we see that okay?
Yeah.
So on the left top corner, you can see there's a bull, right? There's a crescent. And there's that thing that you see on buildings. Are we with us? You see that kind of on the top of a building often, like the Masonic buildings. And then there's a straight line with a dot there. And we can see how the A has evolved from this. Yeah. And I just think it's really interesting how it represents Yang Yin as well. And Yang Yin and the Aleph are very much obviously relating to the two different strands of the DNA, no? The involving and evolving, outvolving cycle, because it's got like a plug in and a plug out, hasn't it? You think of DNA, you got to plug into it to program it so that, because you get genotypes and then you get phenotypes, and the genotypes are what's inside the DNA that needs to be brought out. But in order to activate and trigger those genotypes, the phenotypes have got to be brought out of it. Something's got to be plugged into it, stimuli, data. But then it's also got to plug out of it, which can replicate what's inside it, outside of it, if that makes sense. So it's got an inward plug and an outward plug. And so that Aleph does represent that, I think, as a concept. Like the horns of the bull also, I think, represents those two plugs, the plug in and plug out, which is sort of what we consider as the electromagnetic field. I think electricity and magnetism are the plugs. That change the acoustic resonance within the acoustic field. And I think of DNA as an acoustic field. And so when we think of Aleph, we think of the bull, we think of Taurus, we think of a toric field. So it represents the little toric fields within ourselves. It's interesting to think that every DNA is a toric field. Like, why does a human body have so much electricity in it? Okay, here's an interesting point. How much electricity does a human body have in it? How much electrical potential is in one human body? I wonder if they're going to give us some weird answer. $70 millivolts. Okay, but that's got to do with the nervous system. Okay, electrical potential in one cell. No, they're telling you how much electricity the cell produces, not the inherent potential. But I've heard physicists speaking about the potential, the electrical potential within the human body, which is astounding. The same electrical potential which is within one hydrogen element atom, right? Which, I I mean, if you think about every bit of hydrogen flowing through your body, what kind of electrical potential does that have? As a concept. Like, I think there's a lot more to our DNA than what we've considered. And I think that they are each like, I think that the quantum entanglement field is quantum entangling through our DNA, which is why we're able to connect with our past lives and our future lives and have prophetic experiences that are outside of this world, and also be able to manipulate matter through our minds.
Yeah, mind over matter. Do you think
That has got to be yeah, carry on.
I was going to say, do you think it's a coincidence that cities look like circuit boards as well? There's no coincidence there. I've got some images to show in a minute when we get onto the black cube. But there's no coincidence there, I don't think. Even the pyramids and what's that place in Mexico? Teotihuacan. Looks like a circuit board. Sorry, I'll let you go and say what you're going to say, and then I'll
No. That's very interesting. I think that's very interesting because I think this is sort of what we're getting at. This is the macrocosmic idea of what we're talking about on a small level, and I think that same thing's happening on a small level too.
I'll share my screen real quick.
Yeah, share it, brother. People appreciate seeing these things. Like it
I'll
gives us a new perspective.
My entire screen. There we go. Can you see that?
Give me a second.
There we go. I'm not sure how to make that bigger though.
Just click on the top right. There's a maximize button. Top right corner. Yeah.
There we go. So yeah, on the top you have a circuit board, and on the bottom you have the pyramids of Giza, and also Teotihuacan in Mexico is the same layout, and also Orion's belt. Here we go. Here's another image. And then yeah, this so this is I can't pronounce it. Teotihuacan.
Well done.
There we go. So I think that that square block in the middle, I think it had a oh god, what is it called? Not a monolith. They have one in the center of the Vatican. Here.
Okay. Yeah.
So
I call them shivling, but basically aerial.
Yeah, so they're quartz with a gold capstone, much like the pyramid. Or the pyramid, some of the pyramids. No, I think the layout here is very similar. The Vatican and Teotihuacan. With that long road. And then there's another building which would replace that pyramid there. And in the center you have that pointy thing. I can't remember its name. It's really annoying. They had them in Egypt. They have one in Washington as well.
Monolith?
Here's an idea.
Is it a monolith?
What if they knew there was a flood coming?
No, it's an obelisk.
Obelisk. That's the one. Thank you. An obelisk. Yeah.
What if they knew there was a flood coming? And so they were building all of these things up, and these were cities. And you had to walk up these huge flights of stairs to get to the level of the building because they were like anticipating a global flood, and they didn't know how big the flood would be.
Well, I think certainly that's one of the reasons why the Great Pyramid was built, because I've heard that the way it's kind of the way it was built, they would have been able to grow food inside. And also, if there was a flood, because it had 8 sides which were slightly angled, the water would just kind of roll off it. I think, yeah, a lot of the pyramids were built for people to go to hide in pre-flood. I definitely think that, yeah.
Do you know what they mention in the Sumerian documents? So in the Sumerian texts, they mention that there were special crystals that were brought from Nibiru that were put inside the pyramids. And one of these things, they mention that it's like a kind of a stones that gets hot. And it's the same things they use in their crafts. It's like a power source for their crafts. And they would put this power source into these pyramids with certain crystals. And it's mentioned in one point where Marduk creates some problem and he gets locked up in a pyramid. And afterwards, they open up the pyramid and Marduk is able to come out of the pyramid. One of the master builders unlocks him, opens it up. And they take the crystals and that special thing out of the pyramids. And so one imagines that we're talking about the same thing that they use to pilot a ship, to propel a ship that uses water. Oh, and it mentions how their crafts are, the fuel for their crafts is water, using this crystal and this kind of stone, it's like a firestone, whatever it is. So what if the pyramids were then electrical condensers in order to generate electricity? And power cities. Like power stations.
I think that's definitely a possibility, because they had fast flowing water under them, and the walls are made of quartz, and because of the resonance and stuff, I think that the Great Pyramid Khufu was maybe used for hydrogen. I think different pyramids were used for different like chemicals and stuff. So they found residue in the inside of some pyramids, but I think the Khufu was for hydrogen, I reckon, because of like the like just it looks like a sort of a power plant, just how it's laid out, and then fast flowing water underneath quartz creates energy. Like under all cathedrals, there was fast flowing water. So I'm not sure how it works, but it's something to do with the quartz and the resonance. It would basically create power, and that's what steeples on churches were for, probably, and also gold caps on top of the quartz obelisks, and on top of the pyramids also. With the light, were you talking about the Dendera light, or is that something else? So, you know, there's images of people with like a big lights found inside the pyramids.
Well, those are images that they have, yeah. And I think what they were suggesting was that they're just writing down that they were using technology to make lights. I think that's all that is. Like they kept the stories. And maybe they saw light as being sacred because it reminded them of the sun, electricity.
If you rub 2 quartz crystals underwater, it creates light.
Or above water.
Or above. Okay.
But the water is definitely going to increase the electrical potential, I would say. I think you could even start a spark with 2 quartz crystals.
Yeah,
you know, like
that, sorry, you go.
I was just saying the dynamo for a bicycle is a quartz crystal.
What's that?
A bicycle dynamo is a quartz crystal.
What's the dynamo?
Oh gosh, like in our days, we had these things that you put on the bike and you click it onto your wheel, and the wheel rubs against it, and it makes your light shine out of your front of your bike. We didn't have LED in those days. But we had a little quartz crystal rubbing against the wheel that would make light.
That's so cool. Yeah, so quartz crystal creates light, and also it's in watches. So I just wanted to correspond light and time, because we measure time by the amount of light that's emitted, and it's just interesting that quartz creates light, but it's in watches and stuff as well. So how we measure time, I have no idea how that works, but I've also heard that Saturn's rings could be made of quartz also.
I think that quartz has got a 60 hertz resonant field, or its resonant field fits into a cycle of 60 hertz. Probably a better way of putting it. Yeah.
Okay.
This is why why I have a quartz crystal here, because the 60 hertz resonant field is within the cycles of the heart. Yeah. Because a heartbeat is 1/60th, if that makes sense.
1/60th of what?
Yeah, it's just let me make certain that I've got this right. Quartz frequency is 60 hertz, or is it a greater cycle of 60 hertz? But it fits into the math. "60 hertz and quartz frequency." Nikola Tesla advised that most biologically conductive frequency for humanity's emerging technology must be based on 60 hertz.
Hmm.
And that's quartz crystal this is why Silicon Valley exists. And why you have to have quartz in radios, telecommunications, computers have to have silicon in them for the microchips to work. Because it sort of regulates the current. And because it regulates the currents in a watch, I think that regulation produces a rhythm that can be tracked. But you're right, it's interesting, very interesting. I think another thing as well, getting back to the cube. So we've got the Yaldabaoth, who it's very confusing. Is Yaldabaoth an aspect of Yaldabaoth in his purified form or not? Because there's this war, and Yaldabaoth is here. He loses the war, apparently. Then Yaldabaoth is here. Then Yaldabaoth ascends, and then Yaldabaoth is here again. He's the prime. So there's this very interesting thing going on between Yaldabaoth and Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth being Ariel, Yaldabaoth is, I think, the enlightened version of Yaldabaoth, if that makes sense. And I think it's talking about different epochs where Yaldabaoth was more enlightened and then where Yaldabaoth was less enlightened. What an interesting concept, when thinking about the archons in such a fashion. But I think it comes back to the Saturn cube, Mecca, because it's a big cube. And everybody's walking around that cube. And then, of course, the cube, which is on Saturn. And then the Black Sun cult, which is all about the cube. And the cube representing the etheric field, because the 7 rays fit into the cube. So like from a Kabbalistic perspective, for example, there's an exercise you can do called the cube of space. And in the cube of space, there are 22 factors. And these 22 factors are basically constructed. And so these are now, once again, the 22 pairs of chromosomes. And the 23rd pair of chromosome is just male and female. So all the actual information for how to build this human consciousness and this human being is within the 22 codes. The 23rd code is just, should we make it boy or girl? That's basically all the 23rd pair of chromosome does. So these 22 codes, these 22 archetypes, these 22 will then be used to construct a cube around oneself in etheric space. And the 7 directions are bound by the 7 letters. Obviously, they are like Bet, Gimal, Dalet, Resh, Bet, Gimal, Dalet, Resh, Kaf, and Pe, and Tav. And these are the 7 letters that have double potentials in terms of their pronunciation, in terms of how they are written. They are written in different ways as well when they're at the end of a word. So, but Bet isn't written in a different way. That's Mercury. And Resh isn't. That's the sun. So that's quite interesting when you start to look at what's going on here. You know, the 5 is maintained intact, but there's a polarity and a duality there. And so these 7 planetary archetypes are put into the faces of the cube. And the 7th cube, which is the cube moving towards the center, the inner direction, because you've got 7 directions. You've got 6 directions facing out of you, but a 7th direction going inside. And this is what you're talking about in that sarcophagus. And that 7th direction going inward is considered to be the direction of Tav, which is the Tau cross, which is Saturn's direction, which is Yaldabaoth, if we look at that. And so that inner doorway that you're talking about relates to Kronos.
I had a dream not too long ago where the number 22 came up, and it's one of those. I don't dream often. It's something I really need to work on, but I thought I'd mention this because there's 2 snakes. There was a guy who'd just killed a snake on this side, and I was in the middle, and he was boasting about how the witch lied or something, or how he killed the witch, and the number. Why did the number 22 came up? He said he had 22 chances or something like that. He managed to succeed, and he killed this snake. And the snake on the opposite side bit this snake, and then the snake killed the guy. Like this guy was like evil. He was like, "Oh, I've just killed the snake," but the opposite bit this snake, which reawakened it, and it managed to kill the puppet master. And I just thought that was so interesting because it's kind of like the masculine and feminine, like one's being kind of controlled, but it takes the opposite to awaken the other. And then I looked up what the 22nd letter in Hebrew is, and it's Tav, which means truth. I think truth will sort of awaken something in people.
That is the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, Tav.
That relates to Saturn and Shabbatai and Yaldabaoth, who we were talking about as that prime principality, until Yaldabaoth falls in love with Sophia and is taken up to be taught all the mysteries of the 8th heaven, making Yaldabaoth and everybody else really, really jealous. See? This Yaldabaoth is one jealous bugger. But it's quite interesting that you're saying you don't dream. I don't think you need to dream. You see,
I don't remember them. I mean, I do dream maybe, but it's remembering them.
This is what people say, but it's not necessarily true. You see, when you practice intense meditation, you actually stop dreaming. And at first I was like trying to figure out why this was. And then I looked into the Vedic school of knowledge, and this is what happens the more advanced the yogi becomes, the less they dream. Because, and then you look at neurochemistry. And the neurochemistry is this. You only dream when you're in theta algorithms of let me pull them up. So theta is between 4 and 7, I think 4 and 8. Just let me pull up a theta, beta, gamma, brain waves. And let me just see if I can find a picture of it. There we go. That should do it. Is this a decent picture? I think it is. Sorry for the delay, people. I'm getting better at this. I think I'm getting better at making this happen quicker. I need to become like one of those, what do you call them? Radio presenters. Just keep talking nonsense like while I'm getting this thing up here. So here we go. I hope you guys can see that. Is it clearly visible? Yeah, there we go. So if you look at this, you see you've got theta waves between 4 and 8, not 4 and 7, 4 and 8 hertz is theta waves. This is where you're dreaming, right? This is where you're dreaming. You're experiencing some kind of a trance experience. Your visualization, your senses, your telepathy, all of these things are happening in theta. And that's when you're experiencing REM. And alpha is when you're in a very focused state. Probably when you're meditating, before you get to theta, you're in alpha. And beta is sort of your normal day-to-day. You're busy doing things. And gamma, they say gamma has got to do with insight, peak experience, synchronization. Gamma has also got to do with frantic and being jumping to conclusions and being like angry and being hyper emotional, and all of these things also fit into that spectrum. So interesting how they've changed it of modern times. I wonder whether that's wokeism, because the insight actually comes here in alpha waves, where you've got your creativity is where you actually get insight. So I don't know how they pin insight up there. I think that's possibly the ability to repeat what you've been told, if that makes sense. Yeah, like to copycat. But the creative intelligence is actually rooted into alpha waves, which is why when you're calm and well focused and grounded, your mind comes up with more. You know, if you want to have a creative moment, go and stand on a beach, for example. Enjoy the peace of nature, and you'll make a breakthrough. But here's where it gets interesting. You can see that the delta waves, which is between 0.5 and 4 hertz, that's deep sleep with beyond dreams. And that is the complete restoration of the energy of your prana being replenished. And that is where you're having transcendent experiences, truly divine. So that is without dreams. So if you can move from alpha to theta into delta really quickly, right? Then there's not much dreaming to be experienced, especially if you have been using your creativity while you're awake. If you're not using your creativity while you're awake, it will have to be expressed when you're sleeping. So if you're very tuned in and aware of what's going on around you, so people that have, like, for example, ADHD or something, they might be hyper aware. And because of the hyper awareness when they're awake, they don't normally have to dream very often because they're hyper aware when they're awake. But when you're not so hyper aware when you're awake, you need to dream because there's all the stuff that happened when you're awake that you weren't aware of that was happening. Hope that makes sense. So the deep sleep is delta waves. Food for thought. So that's how that works.
That makes so much sense because my mind's constantly going all day, and I have ADHD, and that's why I sleep really well, because my mind's constantly working all day. When I'm listening to podcasts at work, so like 5 or 6 hours of podcasts every day, and my mind's constantly going, and sometimes I drift out. I'm not fully focusing on what I'm listening to, but I'll hear certain words and it will send me off on a tangent, and I'll just have like floods of downloads coming in about that thing, and I'll go home and research it, or a little while later I'll hear something related and I'm like, oh right, that thing that I thought is real. It's not just me making it up. But meditation is something I really need to do, because I don't ever meditate. I think I've meditated like twice, and I do really need that to be grounded, because I'm like constantly like my mind's constantly going. So meditation would be very beneficial, but I think that's why I sleep so well, is because my mind's going all day. So that makes perfect sense. Yeah. It's the threshold I need to cross meditation. It keeps coming up that I need to meditate. So yeah.
I can sleep any time of day. I can sleep just about anywhere. I can sleep sitting up in a chair. And when I put my head down on the pillow, I go to sleep. Like I don't like I have to fall asleep now. No, like I put my head up, boom, gone.
Yeah.
And I can sleep in an incredible noise. If I'm aware that there's a noise there, I can sleep through like cannons shooting and all. I live in Simonstown, and they have like cannons and shoot and stuff, like sometimes during the day. And sometimes I'll have a siesta during the day, because I'll wake up really early in the morning, and I'll work sometimes late at night. And so I can go without sleep. I can sleep less than other people. If you sleep in beta wave frequencies, you don't need as much sleep.
But being able to remember your dreams is good, though. I would like to be able to remember more, because if you're able to like decode them,
you probably just got to choose to dream.
Pardon?
You probably just got to choose to dream, and it's easier then for you to just during the day at some point just take a short nap, even if you're sitting in a chair, and just decide to dream. And you can literally choose to dream while you're like almost awake. And you just go into a dream and you just dream. Like if you can make yourself fall asleep quickly, like just, okay, I'm just going to go to sleep now, have a quick dream. It happens quickly. You can sleep for 5 minutes and have a cool dream.
Yeah, no, I love that. I love little day naps. I do remember my dreams then. If I just sort of drift off, I'm like, that's one of the times I remember them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what I'm getting at. So you just got to actually have the time to dream. Because if you're like up and going all the time, your body decides like it doesn't have time for dreaming. If that makes sense. Because your brain is being depleted, because your brain is working so hard. It needs that juice. It's like, I don't have time to dream. I've got to recharge. Sorry. Yeah. But yeah, man, the mysteries of sleep. There's something very interesting about that, I think, and I think as well, getting back to the cube, the whole idea of this cube of space represents our physical form. And what you mentioned earlier is interesting. What did you say? You said the word, which is a shape, a crystal. What was the word? Prism. Prism. A cubic prism. And so the body is represented by this cubic prism, which is actually representing the etheric field, which is the second atom, but the third atom is modeled upon the second atom. And so these are the three bodies we speak about in shamanism that's being reflected in this Gnostic story as well. Yeah. the spiritual Adam, the physical Adam, and then the earthly Adam. And you know, that's basically in shamanism what you've got. The physical dream world is where all of the magic happens, and the spiritual plane is where one gets the direction and insight. And then the underworld is where one resolves one's issues, yeah, like personal power and such notions. So it's very interesting how all these occult traditions all seem to come back to the same point, and they're all reflected in every different direction of studying that we go into. Yeah, piezoelectric pineal. Well clocked there, Laura. Lauren definitely is hitting that. The piezoelectric nature of the pineal. There are actually these cells in the pineal that are piezoelectric, that actually generate electricity or light. Electrical can be light, like those fishes under the sea that make light. Yeah. Like an example would be a squid. Yeah. They generate light. They got those kind of crystalline cells, and those cells have got a kind of a crystalline structure to them. They can do this. And so the pineal has this, and this is why the central nervous system is run by the pineal, because this electrical light impulses is what's running through our nervous system to carry our thoughts. Thought carrier wave. My doggy is on my knees here. What do you need, Indigo? Eh? You guys have had supper. You've had everything. You want to go? I'm going to have to take the doggies outside just now. So yeah, are there any other last? We've been going 4 hours and 15 or 4 hours and 11 minutes. Are there any other ideas that you want to put on to the table here, talking about the New Age as a reflection of this as well?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that this New Age isn't actually new. Like yoga, meditation, sort of going inwards and stuff. It's not new. It's old. It's ancient. Nothing new about it. And that's one of the inversions. It's like, oh, New Age hippie stuff. It's like, it's not new. It's been around for a very long time. People have just forgotten. Now we're remembering in this age of Aquarius, like the water bearer, all these ancient information coming back to us. And also you were mentioning the ether. I just wanted to say that with climate change, which is the weather, if you take away the W, you have ether, which is out there, like the clouds, the mist, the air and stuff, but also it's in our minds too. Like we have our inner climate. It's not just external, because with everything externalized, you can internalize it too, like AI externalized, artificial. If you put it inwards, it's the ancient intelligence that comes through us, not through a machine. And then just the similarities between ether and weather, because you could say whether it's this or that, or either this or that. Weather and ether are very similar, I believe, and that's this whole climate change scare nonsense. Actually, it's our minds and our inner climate and our thought patterns that are changing. And also with the cube, in the Marvel universe, you have the Tesseract cube, which is blue. I find that very, very interesting because in the 2022 Commonwealth Games here in the UK, they had the Tower of Babel, which was red, and then they destroyed it, and then it turned blue, and then Moloch or bull comes out, and everyone gives over their light to it and bow down to it, and then the bull's happy. And I see sort of the bull or Moloch as, and people giving their light, like the cube, like the cube kind of contains energy. And I think that obviously it represents the material, which isn't negative. It just allows us to temporarily slow down so we can experience everything at a slower rate. But yeah, I also wanted to say that 9/11, if you add them both together, it's 20, which is Anu's number, Saturn. And if you look at the memorial of 9/11, you have 2 black cubes with water going into them. And you also have Trump Towers, which are 2 black towers, which were just gone up for sale as well. Yeah, so I'll leave it there for now.
No, you're right. The
think
cube
that-
thing is a big thing.
Yeah.
And it's rather profound. And we talk about living and dying and rolling dice, 2 dice or 1 die. And an altar is traditionally 2 cubes stacked on top of each other, like 2 dice. Somebody dies, they dice. One person, if you're going to die, you roll a die. Life and death. So there's this interesting notion of cubes and chance. Yeah? Because that's what the whole idea of chance is all about. And how many things are there on a roulette board? Roulette table? Is it 64? I don't
What's
know.
that?
I've never done. Have you ever been in a casino? I've been in, but like I've never really bothered to play. I don't like that
I
kind of
haven't.
thing. This is not my thing. Like I remember going into a casino with my ex-girlfriend, and her family really wanted to take us to this casino for like lunch one day. And I was like, and they were like, "Don't you guys want to go and play something?" I was like, "No, I don't want to be in a casino." The lunch was good. That was all, you know. That's what we're there for. But some place in London, apparently they do like really good food. You know, the food was okay. But
That's not too far from me. About an hour on the train from London.
where about are you?
I'm in southeast, so near a place called Brighton. It's about an hour.
Oh, you're near to Brighton. Where? On
Yeah.
Hove? Lewis, cool.
Yeah. Do you know it?
I lived in Brighton
Did
for a
you?
while.
No way.
Not long. Not long.
Right.
And I also lived close to Portsmouth
Okay.
as well, which is on the other side.
It's about an
That's
hour
about what?
west. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
What were you saying about the 64?
I just don't know how many numbers there are on a roulette table. How many numbers on roulette table? I mean, 38 numbers. Oh, that's interesting.
So I think you brought up the 64 earlier, didn't you, with the cube or something? Because a Rubik's cube has 64 sides.
Yeah.
I can't remember when you brought it up. It was to do with the archons, I think. But yeah.
Well, the Rubik's cube, is it 12 times 6, 72?
Yes.
Or is it
No.
9? No, it's 9. Or is it 16? 16 times 6 would be 60, 96. So it's either 96 or are there 3 or 4 across on a Rubik's cube?
Well, you get different ones. I think the standard one has I think it has 9 on one side, or
So it'll either be 54 or
16.
96.
Right, okay. Yeah, I've just searched in Google and loads of different ones have come up. One was 64 squares, one with yeah.
That's
one that has
interesting, huh?
8 on one side, 16. Yeah.
It's really
But,
interesting.
I just want to like say a little weave on the dice and the cube and chance, because the word weird, WYRD, is like fate. It means fate, and so that's like chance, which is like rolling the dice, and the weird is like sounds or looks a bit like word. Like in the beginning there was the word, or because I've always thought in the beginning there was the word maybe, but also in the beginning there was the weird. There was the fate, the roll of the dice, so to speak.
Exactly. There's
Yeah.
that rolling feeling, the whirling, the whirl. When you add the L onto it, it's got something to rotate around, like a cog. But definitely that
Well,
that
this is called the
word is-
world, isn't it? Like the world.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been world.
Attached to the axis mundi,
Yeah.
and then it becomes a doorway into something else. Yeah, brother. Well,
But yeah, perhaps next time or another time we can talk about the multiverse and multiple cubes, and because that's everywhere at the moment, the multiverse in everything. I was watching Sonic today with my little boy, and it was the multiverse, and Deadpool's the multiverse, and it's everywhere. It's like there's this cube, but they're trying to make more cubes, sort of thing, or bring in more realities. So that's a topic for another time.
well, I see this as like this. I see like the fourth dimension is the dimension of time. You gotta like consider hyperdimensionality. And if the fourth dimension is the dimension of time, then what's the fifth dimension? It means hyperdimensions of time. And what is hyperdimensions of time? There must be almost infinite versions of time, which is the multiverse. And then, if that's what the fifth dimension is, then what is the sixth dimension? This is almost infinite hyperdimensions of infinite hyperdimensions of time. So what is it? Almost infinite hyperdimension of time is many, many versions of this reality, right? But then there's many, many versions of every reality. And some realities are nothing like that. Do you see how hyperdimensional this gets? And so if that's what sixth dimensional consciousness is, then what is seventh dimension? I mean, it just boggles the mind just how many possible factors there could be to consider, and their exponential factoring of factors out there into this broad. I actually think that's a really interesting topic. We'll have to have that on as a discussion topic.
Yeah,
the multiverse. That's going to be its own. It's gonna be a big one.
Yeah, awesome.
Sheer Worlds. Hello, namaste to all you guys. Hope you guys are well. It's been great being on the show. I hope you guys have been enjoying it. I hope you all got what you came for. And where's Indy, brother? Did Indy fall asleep? No, he's probably busy doing something. Are you with us, dear? She might be busy doing something. Soraya? Well, she might be busy doing something at the moment. But sending you all big love, peace, honor, blessings, and respect. It's been an honor being on the show with you and with all of you and with Cosmic and with Stein. There you are. brothers, is there some last things you wanted to throw on the table before we?
I just liked what Shinobi was saying earlier about how this new age stuff is not new. We're bringing back a resurgence of some mysticism that's been here all along. It's good that it's taking the forefront a little bit sometimes. Of course, they're going to try to skew it and obfuscate it, but it's up there. So that's great. I love it. Thanks, guys.
Cool. Take care.
Much love, brothers.
Drink.
It's
See you later,
been
guys.
great. Sending big love, peace, honor, and respect. Big love, peace, honor, and respect to all of you in the chat. It's been great having you guys. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Om Shanti to everybody. Have an absolutely amazing day, an even more amazing weekend, and let the weeks just get better and better. Till next time.
Big love,
Blessed
guys.
be.
See you later.